Longzhou is a large state located at the junction of central and western Dajin. Known for its towering mountains, venomous snakes, and dense fog, it is famous for producing various poisonous creatures and spiritual beasts. Unlike other states and regions, this vast state is solely dominated by the prestigious Yueyang Palace of the Righteous Path and the demonic Wood sect, one of the 10 great demonic sects. External forces cannot interfere in Longzhou's affairs, and local sects are too insignificant to pose any threat to these two super sects. Consequently, they have no choice but to seek protection under these two powers. The entire Longzhou is firmly controlled by these two forces, forming a situation where both stand as eastern and western giants. Yueyang Palace is located in the Tianyu Mountains within the Sichuan Prefecture. This mountain range spans tens of thousands of miles and is filled with wild, uninhabited hills. Yueyang Palace sits atop a giant peak called Nanshan Peak at the center of this mountain range. The palace's tens of thousands of disciples are spread across the surrounding hills, making the central Tianyu Mountains as impregnable as a fortress. No cultivator dares to covet Yueyang Palace. Even the audacious ones would find it impossible to penetrate the formidable 13-layer prohibition array encircling Nanshan Peak. But on this day, a group of Yueyang Palace disciples had just flown past an uninhabited hill on the mountain range's edge when a flash of green light appeared. A young man in a green robe suddenly stood on a large rock, watching the departing disciples with an expressionless face. It was none other than Han Li. Han, kid, are you really going to make a move against Yueyang Palace? I don't think this is a good idea. Yueyang Palace is ranked among the top 5 of the 10 great righteous sects. They are not to be trifled with, De Yan Divine Monarch said through his spiritual sense. Of course, I know this, but we are only missing the feathers of the Heiyang bird and the scales of the red fire jiao to complete the materials for the 3 flames fan. The red fire jiao is easier. We've heard rumors of fierce jiaos appearing on the eastern coast of Dajin, and there might be a red fire jiao among them. As for the Heiyang bird, only Yueyang Palace breeds this kind of spiritual bird in the entire southern region. If we don't come here, where else can we go? Although Yueyang Palace is hard to provoke, we have no choice but to risk it, Han Li replied calmly. I'm not saying you have to avoid Yueyang Palace. Why don't you go directly and ask for it instead of sneaking around? With your current nascent soul mid-stage cultivation and some rare treasures, they might give you face, De Yan Divine Monarch chuckled. Don't joke, Senior. Exchanges happen when both parties have similar strength. I'm just a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Yueyang Palace has late-stage nascent soul experts. They won't take me seriously. Moreover, the Heiyang birds are clearly regarded as their sect's spiritual beasts. They would never let me take feathers that would greatly diminish the bird's cultivation. If the treasures I offer are too insignificant, Yueyang Palace won't care. If they're too valuable, they might kill me for them. As an outsider in their territory, they wouldn't have any scruples. If I had a late-stage nascent soul cultivation, I might consider your suggestion, Han Li said with a cold smile. You have a point, but you've been loitering around the mountain range's edge for more than 10 days. Are you waiting for the Haeyang bird to fly out by itself? And it seems you're looking for something. What's your plan? Dayan Divine Monarch admitted Han Li's reasoning but was curious about his recent actions. Nothing much, just looking for a suitable place to set up a trap. Han Li replied with a flicker in his eyes and a faint smile. A trap? I knew you had some tricks up your sleeve if you dared to target Yueyang Palace. Tell me more. Dayan Divine Monarch laughed. Wait until I find the right place, and you'll see. By the way, which Haeyang bird should we target, the big one or the small one? Han Li glanced toward the mountain range's center, muttering to himself. Isn't it obvious? The big Haeyang bird is said to have the cultivation level of an 8th level beast. Do you think you can handle it quickly? Dayan Divine Monarch replied indifferently. That's true. If these ancient spiritual birds weren't so difficult to gain intelligence and unable to transform into human form in the mortal world, they wouldn't be willing to serve Yueyang Palace. I can't handle such a powerful spiritual bird. The smaller one is said to be weaker, only at the 7th level. It should be manageable, Han Li agreed after some thought. However, using the feathers of an 8th level Haeyang bird to refine the 3 flames fan would make it more powerful. Dayan Divine Monarch lamented. Forget it, nothing is perfect. Although there's a chance to deal with the 8th level Haeyang bird, the risk is too high. If we take too long, we might alert the cultivators of Yueyang Palace. I don't want a repeat of being chased and injured like on the Tianlin grassland. It's safer to go for the smaller Haeyang bird. Han Li shook his head. Good point. But these 2 Haeyang birds mostly stay within Yueyang Palace, rarely venturing out more than 100 miles. You'll need some clever methods to succeed, Dayan Divine Monarch said expectantly. No worries. I've already used the dream induction technique to extract the Haeyang bird's outing patterns from a Yueyang Palace disciple. Yueyang Palace staggers the birds' outings each month to prevent them from being unmanageable together. This is our opportunity, Han Li said confidently. As long as you understand the stakes, I won't say more. But don't miss the Jin Capital Trade Fair. We still need materials for my puppet, Dayan Divine Monarch reminded. The Jin Capital Auction, one of Dajan's 3 major auctions, is held once every 10 years. I won't miss it. Once this matter is resolved, we'll head to Jin Capital and then to the eastern coast to find those fierce Jiaos, Han Li replied confidently. That's fine, but I must say, your actions recently have impressed me. I thought it would take 3 or 4 years to gather all the materials, but you've been decisive, even resorting to robbing and looting without hesitation. In just a year, you've collected almost everything. Such decisiveness is truly surprising, Dayan Divine Monarch remarked, clearly pleased with Han Li's methods. I wanted to take my time and find the materials through safe methods, but time waits for no one. Even with the nourishing soul wood, your primordial spirit is weakening. If I want to see your nascent soul-level puppet, I must hurry, Han Li said, pausing for a moment before continuing calmly. You have a good heart. I know I can't hide from your spiritual sense. I can last 3 or 4 more years at most. But seeing your speed, there's a good chance the puppet will be completed before my soul dissipates, Diane Divine Monarch sighed. Since we met, you've helped me many times. I'm not ungrateful. I remember everything. I'll do my best to fulfill your wish, Han Li said solemnly. Well, I helped you mainly for my own survival. If I fell into someone else's hands, my fate wouldn't be much better, Diane Divine Monarch said truthfully. Han Li smiled. Then his body shimmered with green light and vanished into invisibility. 2 days later, Han Li appeared in a small valley. The valley was covered with a large peach orchard, creating a pink sea of blossoms, making it a picturesque place. Floating above the valley, Han Li observed everything and scanned the surrounding 100 miles with his spiritual sense, finally showing a satisfied expression. Not bad. This place is secluded, with no Yuyang Palace cultivators nearby. The valley is also suitable for setting up formations. This is the place, Han Li murmured to himself before descending into the orchard as a streak of green light. Without delay, Han Li began busying himself in the valley. He set up 7 or 8 sets of various formations, most of them designed to block spiritual and sensory detection. Only 2 or 3 formations were for trapping enemies. Additionally, he placed an illusion array over the formations, hiding much of the orchard's true appearance. Diane Divine Monarch watched curiously, but restrained himself from asking, continuing to observe silently. After completing his arrangements, Han Li did not take immediate action. Instead, he sat down cross-legged in the center of the orchard, entering a meditative state. On the evening of the 3rd day, Han Li, who had been meditating all this time, finally opened his eyes. He glanced at the darkening sky, and with a flip of his hand, a moonstone appeared in his palm. Tossing the stone into the air, a soft white glow illuminated the nearby peach orchard, casting a bright light. Without saying a word, Han Li stood up, took out a piece of red coral about a foot long, and placed it under a peach tree. He then retrieved a jade box, opening the lid to reveal a plant with a single stem and 13. Meanwhile, a Haiyang bird had flown out of its aviary early in the morning, and Fang Chu had been trailing it from a distance. This Haiyang bird was not particularly large, about a meter in size, but its tail feathers made up more than half its length. From a distance, it looked like a giant flaming peacock, but no peacock in the world had such bright red feathers. The spiritual bird was evidently excited. As soon as it left the Yuyang Palace's prohibition, it soared and circled in the sky, completely unaware of the person following behind. Normally, Fang Chu would not be able to hide from the Haiyang bird's spiritual sense, but he had a special concealment talisman made by the palace, allowing him to follow the bird without worry despite his shallow cultivation. Watching the bird chirp happily, Fang Chu smiled knowingly. Having spent a long time with this spiritual bird, he understood that it was in a state of extreme joy. It seemed that today's outing would keep the bird content for the next half-month. The Haiyang bird circled leisurely above the Yuyang Palace for a long while before changing direction and flying towards the periphery. Fang Chu was not concerned, as he knew the bird would usually make a large circle within 100-mile radius of the palace before returning. Thus, he followed at a leisurely pace. However, this time, after following the bird for only 30 miles, an unexpected event occurred. The previously joyful Haiyang bird suddenly halted its wings, emitting a sharp, mournful cry. Fang Chu was startled by the bird's cry, and before he could understand what was happening, saw the Haiyang bird ignite in crimson flames and dart off in a new direction. In a few blinks, it transformed into a giant fireball and shot hundreds of meters away. This sight frightened Fang Chu, leaving him in a state of panic. Realizing the situation, he quickly took out a jade tablet, poured his spiritual power into it, and made a strange bird-like call, hopping to summon the Haiyang bird back. However, the Haiyang bird, though it seemed to hear the call, hesitated only briefly before letting out an even more strident cry and disappearing into the distance. Seeing this, Fang Chu's face turned deathly pale, and he floated in the air, not knowing what to do. After a moment, he remembered something, hurriedly took out a communication talisman from his storage bag, and urgently spoke into it before tossing it into the air. The talisman transformed into a streak of firelight and shot towards Yuyang Palace. Biting his lip, Fang Chu clenched the jade tablet in his hand and flew after the Haiyang bird. He could not afford to wait around. If caught by the palace elders, he would face severe punishment. As Fang Chu gave chase, chaos erupted in other parts of the Tianyu Mountains, where spiritual beasts resided. In the northern part of the mountain range, several low-level disciples of Yuyang Palace struggled to restrain giant vulture-like birds with silver ropes, trying to control the suddenly erratic spiritual birds. After a short while, everyone was drenched in sweat, yet the birds continued to frantically try to change direction. In a hidden tree hollow at the mountain's edge, a masked cultivator in yellow-green robes, resembling a withered tree, pressed down a foot-long black spider with a glowing green hand. The spider's furious snarling made the cultivator's eyes flash with suspicion. In a secret hall on Nanshan Peak, concealed by prohibitions, an elderly woman in a purple robe gently stroked another Haiyang bird. This bird, identical to Fang Chu's but slightly larger, had been restless and agitated for some time. Only through repeated calming spells had the woman managed to keep it in place. Puzzled, she pondered the situation. Fang Chu, using his jade tablet to sense the Haiyang bird's position, flew desperately after it. To his shock, he saw low-level demonic beasts emerging from their deep lairs, all heading in the same direction as the Haiyang bird. In a short time, a minor beast tide formed, including rare beasts not usually seen in the mountains. Although high-level demonic beasts and flying monsters had long been eradicated by the palace's high-ranking cultivators, this sudden beast tide and the bird's erratic behavior filled Fang Chu with dread and unease. In a hidden valley tens of thousands of miles away, Han Li sat cross-legged, a plant with 6 radiant leaves before him. This nesheng grass, planted in red coral, exuded a mysterious aura. Han Li, however, was not focused on the grass, but rather peering through the peach orchard with half-closed eyes, his face expressionless. Outside the prohibition, several low-level demonic beasts had gathered, desperately trying to break through and reach the nesheng grass. Han Li was surprised by the number of demonic beasts in the Tianyu Mountains. Ignoring the low-level beasts, Han Li closed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense towards Yuyang Palace. By his calculations, the allure of the nesheng grass should be enough to attract a 7th-level demonic beast, and the Heiyang bird, being a spiritual bird, would fly faster than most magical treasures. It wouldn't be long before it arrived. Soon, Han Li's cold expression changed, and he abruptly opened his eyes. With a low hum, he cast several incantations, activating the outermost illusion array. A layer of mist rose from the ground, enveloping the bamboo grove in a semi-transparent shroud. At that moment, a beast's roar and a bird's cry echoed from the east and west. A huge yellow light ball and a massive crimson fireball shot towards the valley, both aiming for Han Li's location. Seeing this, Han Li uttered a small hum, a hint of surprise on his face. Within the fireball, a phoenix-like spiritual bird faintly appeared amidst the flames. Meanwhile, within the yellow light cluster, there was an ugly-looking spherical monster covered in rough, thick yellow skin, wrinkled and baggy as if wearing a thick armor. Amidst its extremely obese body protruded a sharp rat-like head and a long, thin tail, resembling a mutated giant demon rat. What kind of monster is this? It's so bizarre, but it seems to have cultivation around the 7th level. No, this monster seems to have flown from the direction outside the mountains, Han Li remarked in surprise. This is the earth armor dragon, a very rare type of monster known for its defense and ability to locate rare materials. This is a great opportunity that has come to us, exclaimed Diane Divine Lord with excitement. Is this the spiritual beast? I thought it looked somewhat familiar, Han Li mused. Just as Han Li spoke, the 2 monsters swooped down towards the valley one after another, targeting the Naichang grass below. After a series of encounters, Han Li flipped his palm, revealing a green misty array plate that appeared in his hand. With a swift pat, the array plate shimmered brightly, and several outer layers of restrictions simultaneously flashed, instantly trapping the first Haoyang bird that dove down into the restrictions. However, when the rat-armored dragon in the yellow light cluster anxiously followed suit, several more restrictions emerged and blocked the beast outside the formation. Naturally enraged, the earth armor dragon's entire body expanded wildly to a height of 7 to 8 zhang, approximately 21-24 meters, retracting all its limbs and head into its excessively fat body. Its surface also revealed layers of gray-white stone armor, turning it into a round meatball that fiercely collided with those restrictions. With a loud bang, just one strike shattered the outermost two restrictions. Then, after a pause in the yellow light, it struck towards the remaining restrictions. In this brief delay, Han Li had enough time to capture the Hao Yang bird. As soon as the bird broke through the restrictions, it flapped its wings a few times, splashing red flames all around, dispersing most of the mist below and revealing a vibrant peach forest under the mist. With a flash of its eyes, the bird spotted Han Li standing under the peach tree, as well as the Nai Chang grass emitting a strange fragrance on the red coral. Although the bird's spiritual wisdom had not fully developed, Han Li's cultivation in the middle stage of nascent soul made it instinctively apprehensive. Instead of descending directly, it hesitated in midair, unwilling to leave due to the allure of the Nai Chang grass. But as the bird hesitated, Han Li calmly raised his hand, and a black talisman shot out, transforming into a black-red ghost claw that grabbed towards the Hao Yang bird without much thought. Startled, the Hao Yang bird immediately flapped its wings and shot out over 30 fist-sized fireballs from its wings, aiming at the ghost claw. Explosions rang out, interweaving black brilliance and flames, momentarily preventing the ghost claw from approaching. Observing this scene, Han Li uttered a light exclamation, then pinched a tactic with both hands. Suddenly, silver wings appeared behind him. With a thunderous sound, Han Li disappeared from his original position without a trace. The next moment, amidst the flashing silver light, his figure reappeared several zhang above the bird's head. With a cold expression, he rubbed his hands together and flicked his fingers. Two thick golden arcs shot out from his palms, bursting open and forming a huge electric net that descended. Caught off guard while fully engaged with the black ghost claw, the Hao Yang bird was unexpectedly ensnared within the golden electric net. The bird immediately panicked, shaking its body, causing some of its fiery feathers to fall off and transform into dense red rays, shooting towards the net. The net crackled with explosions, relentlessly resisting the fiery attacks. Seeing this, Han Li lightly exclaimed, then simultaneously flicked his fingers and uttered a capture spell. The electric net, composed of arcs, flashed several times without fear of the fiery attacks, suddenly shrinking. The Hao Yang bird, struggling to resist, was instantly bound tightly by the thumb-thick golden arcs, unable to move an inch, only emitting a shrill cry. A fleeting joy flashed across Han Li's face. At this moment, there was a loud bang from above. His expression changed, and Han Li suddenly looked up. He saw that the last layer of restriction above had been shattered by the earth armor dragon. These formations, hastily arranged with flags and array plates, were indeed too thin for a 7th-level monster. However, when this gigantic stone projectile reverted back to its original form as the earth armor dragon, it plunged into the white mist and saw the Hao Yang bird and Han Li, entangled within the thick golden arcs above the peach forest. Its pair of small green eyes turned incessantly, revealing a humanoid expression of astonishment. Han Li was intrigued. This earth armor dragon seemed to possess exceptionally high intelligence. At that moment, the earth armor dragon glanced at the Nai Chang grass on the ground, its eyes gleaming with cunning. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light emitted from its body, and it plummeted straight down to the ground. Stop it. It knows the earth tunneling technique. Once it touches the ground, it will disappear into the earth, warned Diane Divine Lord. Don't worry, I have already made arrangements. Han Li replied calmly without any haste. The earth armor dragon instantly reached the ground. Seeing no one else around the Nai Chang grass, it eagerly pounced forward, intending to swallow the grass in one gulp. But in that instant, a series of popping sounds echoed around the Nai Chang grass. 12 crystal-clear cold air jets shot out without warning from beneath the ground. Caught off guard in midair, the earth armor dragon had no chance to evade and was immediately encased in thick ice, turning into a white ice sculpture. Then a flash of white light emerged from the ground, revealing 12 half-foot-long snow-white centipedes. They raised their heads and tails, continuously spewing cold air from their mouths. I had placed the 6-winged frost centipedes underground just in case. I was worried for nothing. Diane Divine Lord chuckled lightly upon seeing the earth armor dragon subdued. Despite its thick skin, the earth armor dragon couldn't withstand the cold air emitted by the 12 6-winged frost centipedes and was easily subdued under the sneak attack. I had prepared this contingency just in case, but I didn't expect the earth armor dragon to run into it, Han Li said nonchalantly. Shifting his position, Han Li appeared behind the Hao Yang bird. After glancing at the several long feathers on its tail, he unexpectedly smiled at the spiritual bird before him. I know you may not have fully developed spiritual wisdom, but you can understand some human speech. I have no intention of harming you, but I need to remove the fire feathers from your tail, Han Li said calmly. Indeed, the bird understood human speech. As soon as Han Li spoke, it shivered visibly, showing a mixture of fear and anger in its eyes while emitting sharp cries from its mouth. Han Li's expression darkened. With a cold snort, he raised a hand, surrounded by a faint blue spiritual light reaching towards the bird's tail. Finally sensing fear, the Hao Yang bird frantically shook its tail feathers. After a brief flash of red light, all the feathers fell off on their own accord. These feathers were connected to its vital essence and blood, and forcibly removing them would cause significant damage to its body. Shedding them voluntarily, while still depleting its vital essence, avoided bodily harm. With a flash of blue light, Han Li was delighted. With a single-handed scoop, he immediately grabbed the several fiery red feathers. His other hand flipped over, revealing a prepared jade box. Quickly placing the feathers into the box and sealing it with several talismans, Han Li carefully stowed the jade box into his storage bag. After completing these actions, Han Li lightly patted the head of the Hao Yang bird with a hand, and a surge of spiritual power immediately caused it to faint. With a smile on his face, Han Li shifted his gaze towards the earth-armored dragon, which was frozen solid below. Although the monster was encased in thick ice, it seemed to retain its consciousness. When Han Li looked over, its small eyes met his gaze, clearly showing extreme fear. Han Li transformed into a green rainbow, shooting downward. 15 minutes later, a dazzling golden rainbow flashed like celestial lightning, appearing fleetingly in the sky above the valley. After a brief hover, the golden radiance diminished, revealing the purple-robed old woman from the secret chamber of Yuyang Palace. Standing beside her, his composure unfaltering, was Fang Zhu. By this time, all restrictions within the peach forest had disappeared, leaving it deserted. Only the Hao Yang bird, now resembling a plucked chicken, lay unconscious beneath a peach tree. The old woman immediately recognized the formidable cultivation of the man before her, and she stared at him coldly, asking, "Friend Ma from the Demonwood sect, what brings you to the Tianyu mountain range? Are you involved with the disturbance caused by the beast just now?" Friend Ma's smile was eerie as he replied slowly, "Elder, I intentionally caused the disturbance. I was intrigued by the spiritual creatures in the Tianyu mountain range and came to explore." However, the old woman remained unmoved, speaking sternly. "The spiritual creatures in the Tianyu mountain range are treasures of our Yuyang Palace. Your actions imply coveting our treasures." Friend Ma chuckled lightly, maintaining his relaxed demeanor. "Elder, you exaggerate. We cultivators seek opportunities and gains. There's no need for conflict. Since you value these spiritual creatures so much, I won't insist. Let's each mind our own business and avoid unnecessary strife." But the old woman did not agree. Her expression remained severe as she closed her eyes, focusing for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a hint of discovery. She swiftly gave orders to her attendant and disappeared into the sky hundreds of miles away. Several hours later, she intercepted a masked cultivator who was about to leave the mountain range in midair. "I hope I'm not mistaken. It's indeed Friend Ma from the Demonwood sect," the old woman said, her eyes filled with suspicion as she gazed firmly at him. Friend Ma, dressed in yellow-green robes with a mask covering his face, met her gaze with eyes shimmering with a strange golden light. "Heh heh, friend son, you came quite quickly, but unfortunately you found the wrong person. I was merely chasing a beast and inadvertently entered your mountain range. I also witnessed the commotion caused by low-level beasts and wanted to find out who was responsible," the masked cultivator said with a dry laugh, clearly wary. "HMPH, chasing a beast. Friend Ma, do you take me for a fool? You, a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, renowned for your escape techniques throughout the Jin dynasty, would let a beast escape to our Tianyu mountain range. Moreover, I have searched the area within hundreds of miles and found no one else capable of such a feat," the old woman said coldly, her face tinged with a layer of purple light. "What happened? Did the commotion caused by the beasts cause some loss to Yuyang Palace? I respect you as a late nascent soul cultivator, so I am being polite. But do you intend to falsely accuse me, Ma? Although I may not be your opponent, the disciples in my sect know I entered the Tianyu mountain range, and it's not just one or two. Besides, if I fight to the death, I am not without means to retaliate, unless you intend to reignite the war between the righteous and demonic factions. Friend Ma's eyes flashed with golden light as he spoke, shedding his previous timidity and showing a hint of defiance. Seeing the masked cultivators change in demeanor, the old woman narrowed her eyes slightly. "Is it really not you?" she asked coldly after a moment. "If friend Sun deems it necessary, I can swear by my heart demon. From the moment I arrived until now, I have no idea what happened in your sect," the masked cultivator said, relieved by the old woman's softened stance, showing he could adapt as needed. "No need for any oaths. It probably wasn't you. Given your status in your sect, you wouldn't engage in such dishonorable actions. Besides, I haven't heard that you have the ability to summon beasts. However, you must have been chasing an extraordinary beast to come all the way to our Tianyu mountain range. Could you enlighten me?" The old woman's tone softened, and she spoke more politely. "The beast I was chasing is indeed rare. It is as important to me as your Yuyang Palace's Heiyang bird. It's a newly advanced 7th-level earth armor dragon. I discovered it in Huangli Mountain in the neighboring province, but it is exceedingly cunning and proficient in earth escape techniques. I chased it for 6 days and nights, finally arriving here. That's why I didn't have time to notify your palace," the masked cultivator explained frankly, knowing that withholding information would only deepen the old woman's suspicion. "A 7th-level earth armor dragon? That is indeed a rare beast. No wonder you were so eager. Now that you seem ready to leave, have you already captured it? I have only heard of this beast and never seen one. Could you let me take a look?" the old woman, intrigued, asked with interest. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Just as the beasts caused the disturbance, my secret technique failed and I lost track of the beast. However," the masked cultivator trailed off. "However, what?" The old woman's eyes gleamed. "However, while searching for the beast, I saw a green rainbow flying through the sky at incredible speed, not like a disciple from your sect. I suspect the disturbance in the mountains is related to this person. I tried to chase them, but they were too fast and soon disappeared from sight. Then I was intercepted by you," the masked cultivator said with a bitter smile. "A green rainbow. That means this person left not long ago. Which direction did they go?" The old woman's expression changed as she asked urgently. "They headed outside the mountain range. With your abilities, you might still catch up with them," the masked cultivator suggested, his eyes flickering. "HMPH, that old witch is as difficult as rumored. Once she got the information, she immediately turned hostile. All that talk about factions, she just wants the earth armor dragon for herself. Heck, judging by the lack of response, the dragon's disappearance is likely related to that green rainbow. Whoever it was must be as fast as a late nascent soul cultivator. Catching them won't be easy." Seeing her so agitated, it seems that person caused Yuyang Palace some trouble, which is quite satisfying. The masked cultivator muttered coldly to himself after the golden light had vanished. He glanced at his waist, where his spirit beast bag was, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Although I didn't get the earth armor dragon, I caught a black blood spider, so it wasn't a wasted trip. The earth armor dragon went to that guy. I wonder how he made the beast so frantic, the masked cultivator muttered, feeling somewhat disgruntled but thoughtful. No, this person's ability to lure beasts is significant. I must report this to Senior Brother Mew, the masked cultivator murmured. After a quick look around, he transformed into a green rainbow and left. Meanwhile, the sun-named old woman scanned the surrounding area within tens of thousands of miles with her divine sense, but found nothing suspicious. She had to return to Yuyang Palace, ordering her disciples to keep the matter quiet to avoid becoming a laughingstock in the Jin dynasty's cultivation world. Luckily, the culprit only took the fire feathers of the Heiyang bird without killing it. With enough spirit pills and medicine, the bird could recover in a few decades. Thus, the old woman had to swallow her frustration. Privately, she dispatched elite disciples to investigate any major forces or high-level cultivators needing such materials, hopping to trace the culprit. Her motives were not just out of anger, but also to learn the method of luring beasts, which would make hunting and taming them much easier. The Demonwood sect also dispatched many disciples to investigate whether any unfamiliar high-level cultivators had recently appeared in Longzhou. The secret actions of these two major factions caused smaller sects and clans to become anxious, fearing that the balance in Longzhou might break and a war could be imminent. This led to alliances and retreats, creating a tense atmosphere in Longzhou County. Han Li, unaware of the chaos his actions had caused, was in the belly of an unnamed, desolate mountain. In a hastily dug stone chamber, he examined his spoils, 5 long, dreamlike fire feathers, while conversing with the great master of deception. The old woman who came after us must be the late nascent soul stage cultivator from Yuyang Palace. Her cultivation is indeed extraordinary. However, her divine sense is average and didn't detect you, hiding with your chi concealment technique. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble, the great master of deception said in a teasing tone. Heh heh, at worst, I'd use Blood Shadow Escape again. I don't believe there's another fragment of an upper realm sacred beast on this world that I'd encounter. I had no choice. That old woman's escape technique was faster than mine, so I had to hide, Han Li replied with a laugh. True, despite the risks, the rewards are great. Not only did you get these fire feathers, but also a rare earth armor dragon. If tamed, it will be invaluable in finding rare treasures, the great master of deception said, satisfied. That's true, but taming an adult beast isn't easy. Success depends on fate, Han Li said, delighted but aware of the difficulty. No worries. Taming an adult beast isn't as hard as it seems, especially those with high intelligence, the great master of deception said nonchalantly. Really? That's surprising, Han Li said, raising an eyebrow. You'll see. The earth-armored dragon seems highly intelligent and shouldn't be too hard to tame. Hopefully, but let's temper the beast's temperament first. I need to handle these fire feathers before heading to the Jin capital for the auction. I'm curious about the reputed first city of the Jin dynasty, Han Li said thoughtfully. The Jin capital is indeed extraordinary. I visited once long ago. It's a mortal city but grand and imposing, the great master of deception praised. Your words make me even more curious. Fortunately, it's not far from here. Give me a day to handle these materials, then we'll head out. 3 months is plenty of time, Han Lei said calmly. With that, he summoned a flash of blue light, leaving only one fire feather in his hand, while the others disappeared. Han Li tossed the feather into the air, then breathed out a misty blue infant flame that enveloped it, igniting the feather's red essence flame. The feather, blue outside and red inside, glowed brilliantly. Han Li sat cross-legged, forming hand seals and entering meditation. After a day and night, Han Li emerged from the stone chamber, left the mountain, and headed straight for the central part of the Jin dynasty. Jin capital, the largest city in the mortal world, was located there. Since it was still early, Han Li, to avoid drawing attention, traveled at a leisurely pace using the ordinary flight speed of a core formation cultivator. Not long after, Han Li smoothly exited Long Province and entered an adjacent county. Only then did he take out his wind-riding chariot, fully activating its speed and transforming into a ball of white light breaking through the sky. With Han Li's vaguely exposed aura of a nascent soul-level cultivator, the occasional low-level cultivators he encountered along the way all respectfully kept their distance. A nascent soul-level cultivator was a figure that ordinary cultivators in the Jin dynasty had to look up to, naturally not daring to show any disrespect. Over a month later, when he entered Jinjiang County, near Jin capital, Han Li put away his wind-riding chariot, slowed his speed, and concealed his aura to the level of a core formation stage, proceeding slowly. After all, having reached the heart of the Jin dynasty, there were certainly many high-level cultivators around, and he didn't want to draw too much attention. After more than 10 days, about 100 miles from Jin capital, an old horse with a yellowish coat was pulling a shabby two-wheeled carriage along the official road. Sitting at the front of the carriage was a scholar in green robes with an ordinary appearance. It was Han Li. At this moment, he was sitting at the front, his body swaying slightly, his eyes half closed, in a state that seemed half asleep. In reality, he was secretly refining a snow soul pill he had taken a few days ago. Speaking of which, since he emerged from the spatial rift, he had already consumed more than a dozen of these pills that could enhance cold power. These pills, worthy of being ancient spiritual pills, made Han Li feel that the cold energy he had previously refined from the heavenly blue ice flame and the six-winged frost centipede was becoming increasingly pure. Even the tiny impurities in the purple heavenly fire were gradually merging and disappearing, significantly increasing the power of the cold energy. The only troublesome thing was that these pills were not easy to refine, and there had to be an interval of 3 to 4 months between doses. This left Han Li somewhat helpless. Otherwise, if he could take one pill every month, the purple heavenly fire would reach a terrifying level in just over 100 years, possibly even achieving the legendary realm of freezing 1,000 miles. Even so, the purple heavenly fire would be second to none in both the righteous and demonic paths, hardly restrained by any other techniques. The reason Han Li was driving such a carriage in this area was because, as the capital of mortals, Jin Capital had an unwritten rule in the Jin dynasty's cultivation world. Within 1,000 miles of Jin Capital, fighting and flying were strictly prohibited to show a bit of respect for the imperial government. In the Jin dynasty, cultivators and mortals were somewhat interdependent. However, this rule mainly applied to low-level cultivators. Many nascent soul or even skilled core formation cultivators ignored it. After all, those responsible for patrolling around Jin Capital were mostly hired rogue cultivators with not very high cultivation levels. As long as they weren't discovered or didn't fly openly at low altitudes when entering the capital, it was fine. Hanley felt the same indifference toward this rule. But since he had enough time and wanted to refine this snow soul pill along the way, he descended from his light several hundred miles away, bought an old horse in a small town, and leisurely started his journey. Along the way, Han Li encountered some low-level cultivators who were also traveling by horseback or carriage. Not wanting to cause trouble, he concealed his magic power, appearing as an ordinary person. Naturally, these low-level cultivators couldn't see through him and didn't bother him. Since Han Li's carriage wasn't fast, several groups of travelers and merchant caravans had already passed him on this official road. Han Li remained unperturbed, continuing his business while feeling the cool sensation of the medicinal power spreading slowly through his meridians from his dantian. Just as he was feeling tranquil, his eyebrows suddenly twitched, and the sound of galloping hooves accompanied by a storm-like noise erupted from the road behind him. Han Li's expression didn't change, but he opened his eyes. With a slight pull of the reins, the old horse obediently moved to the side, allowing the carriage to pull over to the side of the road. Only then did Han Li lazily glance back. He saw a rolling yellow dragon on the official road behind him, with flags waving, resembling an army charging forward. Han Li's face showed a hint of surprise. In an instant, the yellow dragon approached Han Li, revealing a group of knights in silver armor and helmets, with swords and bows on their backs, gradually becoming clearer in the dust and fog. These knights were all robust and fierce. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe riding a black horse, with a long sword at his waist and a large Wang character on the banner behind him. Among the knights, there were also several jade carriages pulled by fine horses, galloping along. These carriages emitted a faint spiritual light and didn't shake at all despite the speed, as if they were weightless. Magical artifacts. Han Li's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing the carriages. A brief scan with his divine sense revealed that the other carriages seemed to be carrying some inanimate objects, except for one carriage that faintly emitted a cultivator's aura, albeit very weak. It was unusual for a cultivator to be traveling with these military men. Han Li pulled the reins, stopping his carriage by the roadside, allowing the soldiers to pass first. There were about 300 to 400 knights, but as they passed, it was like a strong wind, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Han Li's eyes flickered a few times. These knights all carried a murderous aura, resembling seasoned warriors rather than ordinary city guards. They seemed more like battle-hardened frontier soldiers. He had heard that although the Jin dynasty was vast, it bordered some wild lands in the southeast and northwest, often engaging in wars with the native inhabitants. Only in such chaotic places could true iron-blooded soldiers be trained. As Han Li pondered, a jade carriage passed by, and a gaze from a crack in the window fell on Han Li, followed by a soft hum from inside the carriage. Han Li seemed to sense something and looked up, catching a glimpse of a pair of familiar bright eyes passing by the window. Slightly startled, and not yet recalling who it was, the group of knights had already gone far. Staring at the departing knights, Han Li contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, giving up the idea of probing the carriage with his divine sense. It wasn't because he was lazy, but because the jade carriages had some simple isolation restrictions. To probe further would inevitably alert the people inside. Moreover, the people inside were only at the qi condensation stage, and Han Li didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for some low-level cultivators. Casually watching the knights go far away, Han Li resumed driving his carriage forward. This time, after traveling only a dozen miles, he reached a three-way intersection connecting several official roads, with a large, lush forest nearby. A few simple tea stalls were built by the edge of the forest. Many carriages and horses were parked outside the tea stalls, their owners inside drinking and eating. After all, this was almost the only resting place on the way to Jin capital from this direction. Most travelers would rest here for a while. Han Li glanced around casually and saw the silver-armored knights resting by the forest edge as well. However, one of the jade carriages was now half open and empty, and the middle-aged man in the brocade robe was also not among the knights. Frowning slightly, Han Li glanced at the tea stalls instinctively, then continued driving his carriage, intending to pass through the intersection and keep going. But at that moment, a knight from the group, upon seeing Han Li's carriage, suddenly stepped forward and blocked the way. Han Li couldn't help but be puzzled. Is this gentleman's surname Han? The knight bowed slightly to Han Li, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. Yes, my surname is Han. Do you need something? Han Li's expression shifted slightly, and he replied slowly. Since you are indeed Mr. Han, I have found the right person. My lady requests your presence at the tea stall for a chat. Your lady? All right, I'll come over. Han Li's expression changed, recalling the pair of bright eyes he had seen in the carriage. After a moment's thought, he finally nodded. He then jumped down from the carriage. "Please, sir, my lady has reserved that small tea stall over there. Follow me," the knight said in a deep voice, gesturing to the forest. Immediately, 2 other knights came over to take care of Han Li's carriage. Han Li followed the knight to one of the tea stalls. A moment later, Han Li appeared before 2 women and a man in the tea stall. The man was, of course, the middle-aged man in the brocade robe, with a long beard and narrow eyes, exuding an imposing presence. The 2 women were both in their prime, and both were cultivators. One was at the 7th level of the chi condensation stage, and the other at the 5th level. "Brother Han, it's been years since we last met. I didn't expect to encounter you here. I'll never forget your guidance back then," said the lower-level female cultivator, biting her lips slightly, a faint hint of joy on her beautiful face as she greeted Han Li. "Ah, it's Miss Cow. What a coincidence indeed. I hope you don't mind that I left without saying goodbye back then," Han Li replied with a smile after a brief moment of surprise. The woman was none other than Cao Mengrong, the county magistrate's daughter he had met when he first arrived in the Jin dynasty years ago. "General Zhu Nan. So you are one of the 8 generals of the Jin dynasty. I truly apologize for my lack of respect," Han Li said, showing a hint of surprise on his face upon hearing the identity of the imposing man beside the beautiful woman, who was revealed to be Cao Mengrong's senior sister. Although Han Li knew little about the Jin dynasty's court, he was familiar with its most prominent officials. The 8 generals represented a significant portion of the Jin dynasty's military might, each commanding an army of 1,000,000 fierce warriors, defending key border cities. Han Li was aware of the 8 generals not because he was interested in mortal affairs, but because several of them were connected to major factions in the cultivation world. Some were even directly supported by these factions, making it difficult for the Jin royal family to easily remove them. Since this general Zhu Nan did not bear the royal surname, he must be associated with one such faction. "I heard from Mengrong that you are also a cultivator. As a mere mortal, I dare not show arrogance in front of you," the middle-aged man said with a calm smile, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture towards Han Li. Han Li understood that the man was being polite. Given his status, while he might not easily interact with nascent soul cultivators, it would not be difficult for him to recruit core formation cultivators. Han Li had only displayed chi condensation level cultivation when he first met Cao Mengrong, making it unusual for the general to be so courteous to a small cultivator. However, it was indeed bold of him to travel to the capital without high-level cultivators accompanying him. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li responded humbly, "I wouldn't dare. General Wang, you are too kind. Even we wandering cultivators have heard of your great reputation. Han Taoist, I heard that you guided my junior sister for a while, and she advanced 2 levels in just a few years. My master praised her good fortune and even speculated that you might have hidden your true cultivation. Such progress is impossible for someone at the same level. Now, Seeing that you have mastered the art of concealing your aura, my master's words seem accurate," said the young woman, Miss Wang, with a meaningful smile. "Is that true? Han brother, what is your actual cultivation level?" Cao Mengrong asked, regaining her composure and looking intently at Han Li. Failing to sense any magical fluctuations, her face showed surprise. "I encountered some unexpected troubles, sustaining serious injuries that severely reduced my cultivation. I've only recently recovered a bit. I did not intentionally deceive Taoist Cao," Han Li replied calmly with a slight smile, without revealing his true cultivation level. Miss Wang blinked her bright eyes, scrutinized Han Li again, and unable to sense anything, smiled sweetly. "So you are indeed a senior. My junior sister interacted with you as an equal. I hope you won't mind." "There's no need for such titles. I'm just a wandering cultivator in the Jin dynasty and do not care about such formalities. Thanks to Taoist Cao's help back then, we can continue to interact as equals," Han Li said nonchalantly, shaking his head. Cao Mengrong blushed slightly but agreed, her previous uncertainty dissipating. "Mr. Han, you are indeed a powerful senior. Although I am a mortal, I enjoy interacting with cultivators. It seems you are also heading to the capital. Why not travel together?" The middle-aged man invited Han Li candidly after his daughter finished speaking. "Travel together? Very well. I would be honored," Han Li agreed after a brief consideration. He needed someone familiar with the capital to learn more about the upcoming auction. Given the general's prominent status, he likely knew a lot, even if he wasn't a cultivator. After chatting briefly with the two women, Han Li learned that Cao Mengrong's father had been promoted from a county magistrate to a military official in the capital over the past few years, though his rank hadn't significantly changed. However, moving to the capital was a considerable advancement. Cao Mengrong hadn't accompanied her father initially due to being in closed-door cultivation. When this senior sister and her father passed by her residence, she had just finished her cultivation and naturally joined them. Han Li casually mentioned that he had been in seclusion healing his injuries and had only recently emerged. The two women did not probe further, understanding that his severe injuries from being frozen in ice couldn't have been healed in just a few years. At this point, a tea server brought in a pot of good tea. Han Li and the two women continued to chat leisurely while savoring the tea. After some time, the middle-aged man began talking about the ancient books and remnants in his collection, displaying a surprising scholarly demeanor for a military man. Han Li, having delved into ancient texts while searching for alchemical recipes and secret techniques, casually shared some lesser-known facts, impressing the general. Their conversation became so engaging that it left the two women somewhat sidelined. Miss Wang, noticing this, exchanged a wry smile with Cao Mengrong, feeling a bit frustrated. While the general's scholarly interests were not uncommon, his profound knowledge and gentle manner made a good impression on Han Li, who felt a growing sense of camaraderie. Miss Wang, observing her junior sister's occasional glances at Han Li, found the situation amusing. She had discerned that her junior sister harbored feelings for Han Li, often blushing when mentioning him. This made Miss Wang curious about Han Li's appearance, expecting him to be exceptionally handsome. However, seeing his ordinary looks and likely core formation cultivation, she thought him unsuitable for her junior sister. As Miss Wang considered whether to intervene, the general, intrigued by Han Li's knowledge, continued to ask about ancient myths and legends. Suddenly, a clear, dragon-like cry emanated from Han Li's body. Although the sound wasn't loud, everyone heard it distinctly and looked at Han Li in astonishment. Han Li's expression changed drastically. With a flash of blue light, he disappeared from his chair and reappeared outside the tea stall, looking up at the sky with a serious expression. "What's the matter, Taoist Han? Is that a magical weapon? Are you a core formation cultivator?" Miss Wang asked in shock. Cao Mengrong clutched her handkerchief tightly, her face pale as she stared at Han Li. "It's nothing. I sensed an old acquaintance flying overhead but couldn't catch up. As for the sound, it was my natal flying sword acting up. I apologize for the inconvenience. I must attend to urgent matters and cannot continue traveling with you." "Farewell," Han Li said calmly before turning to leave. Without waiting for a response, he transformed into a blue streak of light and shot into the sky. This scene caught the attention of some merchants from a nearby tea stall. Startled, they knelt and shouted, "A celestial master! A celestial master just flew away from here." The commotion drew everyone out of the tea stalls, creating a buzz among the onlookers. After finishing his meal, Han Li's figure appeared on a low hill. From a distance, he could see the vague outline of a massive city gate and the bustling carriages and pedestrians in front of it, his expression as somber as water. Forget it. Knowing that this demon is indeed in Dajin is an unexpected gain. You will have a chance to reclaim your flying sword, but now is not the best time. Your cultivation has not fully recovered, and the three flames fan has not been refined. Even though this demon was also seriously injured before, his domineering magic skill of soul absorption and pill swallowing probably means he's nearly recovered now. Your chances of winning against him are not high at the moment, came the calm voice of the great Yan Divine Lord in Han Li's mind. Senior is right. Even if I caught up with him now, my chances of retrieving the sword are only about 1 or 2 out of 10. This ancient demon is truly formidable. Earlier, I was just eager to retrieve the flying sword to use the great Zheng sword array. It seems I can only wait until your puppet and that fan are refined before confronting him. However, it seems this demon has urgent matters to attend to, as he is fleeing so quickly and hasn't noticed our presence at all. He clearly can't subdue the 2 azure bamboo cloud swords and is reluctant to discard them. These flying swords, made mainly from Millennium Gold Thunder bamboo and mixed with rare materials like refined crystal and Zheng metal, are indeed unparalleled treasures. Moreover, destroying them would require using up his energy with demonic fire bit by bit, which he would never do, Han Li said with a cold laugh. That's true, but speaking of which, If you could wholeheartedly refine your dozens of flying swords with baby fire for 400 or 500 years, and then form a sword array, their power might not be inferior to spiritual treasures. The great Yan Divine Lord sighed, somewhat wistfully. Even at his peak, he had never dreamed of using such rare materials to refine a life-bound treasure. Maybe, but I can't spend most of my lifespan just to refine treasures, Han Li said with a bitter smile. Ha, you're much more prudent than I was. If I had been half as cautious as you, I would have entered the nascent soul stage long ago. This demon appearing in Jin capital now is likely to participate in the auction. Han, you must be careful not to be recognized by him, the great Yan Divine Lord cautioned. Although Jin capital was often touted by mortals, and some low-level cultivators as grand and majestic, unrivaled in the world, Han Li found it lacking compared to Star City in the chaotic Star Sea, the largest city he had ever seen. However, Jin capital had its own unique features. Besides the outermost city wall, there were 6 more layers of massive walls, each taller by 5 or 6 zhang than the previous one. The highest stone wall reached over 40 zhang, an impressive feat accomplished solely by mortal hands. Moreover, Jin capital was divided into 13 large districts, with the northern imperial city alone covering several dozen li. The other districts were equally vast. However, compared to Star City, Jin capital's streets and houses were densely packed like the hairs on an ox. It took Han Li half a day to traverse just 2 districts from the city gate. Unaccustomed to this slow pace, Han Li frowned inwardly. Now, looking at the 2-story inn before him, he calmly clasped his hands behind his back and walked in. The inn was doing good business, with most of the tables occupied by guests. After a casual glance, Han Li headed straight for the counter, where a thin, middle-aged man who looked like the manager was standing. Han Li wasted no time. With a slight movement, he blocked most onlookers' views, and a jade pendant appeared silently on the counter. The pendant's face was inscribed with the words Guan Enning Feng. The manager's face changed slightly at the sight of the pendant. He scrutinized Han Li before picking it up and examining it closely. After a moment, the manager pocketed the pendant and whispered, "Follow me." The manager turned and walked towards a side door on the first floor of the inn, taking care not to attract the attention of other guests. Han Li followed him inside. "Welcome, young master. I am Feng Quan. May I know what you need?" The manager said respectfully as soon as they entered a secluded room, returning the jade pendant to Han Li. It seemed he had mistaken Han Li for the deceased Feng Yue. "Find me a place where I won't be disturbed, not in the inn, preferably with no neighbors. Only you should know about my presence here. Don't let anyone else in the inn know," Han Li ordered coldly. "Yes, young master. I will arrange it immediately." "Please wait here for half a day," the manager replied without hesitation, seemingly quite capable. "Good, make it quick," Han Li said, satisfied. The manager then backed out of the room, carefully closing the door before hurrying away. Han Li pulled up a chair and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. After some time, Han Li sensed movement and opened his eyes as footsteps approached the door. Moments later, the manager re-entered, looking pleased. "Young master, I have found a place. The owner is an old acquaintance of mine who has moved away, leaving the house empty. I've had it tidied up, and you can move in immediately." "Very good. Lead the way," Han Li commanded. Exiting through the back door of the inn, they found a half-new two-wheeled cart waiting, driven by a slightly hunched old man. "You've thought of everything, even preparing a cart. But didn't I say not to mention my arrival to anyone in the inn? What's the story with this old man?" Han Li asked, eyes narrowing. "This is Wu Lao, who is hard of hearing and won't speak of anything he hears. The house is some distance away, so we need the cart," the manager explained respectfully. "All right," Han Li agreed after a moment's thought and boarded the cart. The manager joined him, and the old man drove the cart through the streets. The cart moved slowly, winding through numerous streets before changing direction towards another district. An hour later, they arrived at a secluded courtyard, with no other houses nearby, giving it a desolate look. Han Li and the manager disembarked. "This is the place, young master. Let me check if the servants have prepared it for you," the manager said with a smile, stepping forward to push open the courtyard gate. But just then, Han Li's calm voice sounded behind him. "Are you planning to escape into the restriction ahead and have the three inside capture me?" The manager panicked and lunged for the gate, only for a red line to appear behind his head, piercing through in a flash and engulfing him in flames, leaving nothing behind. The hunched old man on the cart shouted, "Attack!" A green flying knife shot towards Han Li, followed by a surge of yellow mist from the courtyard, from which emerged a black flying fork and two red spears, all aimed at Han Li. Han Li laughed coldly, flicking his sleeve at the green knife, enveloping it in blue light and retracting it. He then casually grasped the three attacking spiritual weapons with a green light hand, immobilizing them. Shocked exclamations came from the yellow mist, and the old man turned pale. Without hesitation, he activated a blood-colored talisman with his own blood, creating a blood cloud that enveloped him and flew away, while three colored light balls fled in different directions from the mist. Han Li's face darkened as he flicked his fingers at the three people who had taken off behind him. Three sword chi slashed down, and the three were just a few meters away when they were overtaken and engulfed by the blue-green sword light. Three screams rang out abruptly within the sword light, and several clouds of blood rain fell from the air, filling the air with a strong scent of blood. On the other side, the hunchbacked old man turned to see this scene amidst the blood mist, his soul flying out in fright. He immediately poured all his spiritual power into the blood mist around him, increasing his escape speed by threefold. He was about to dash into a street dozens of meters away. He didn't hope to truly escape Han Li's pursuit, but as long as he could reach a place mixed with mortals, the other party would be greatly hindered and hesitant to act, likely sparing his life temporarily. However, Han Li, who hadn't moved a step from his original spot, sneered and pointed lightly at the distant blood mist. The red line that had killed shopkeeper Feng suddenly appeared a meter behind the blood mist, flashed red, and pierced through it. With a cry of agony, the blood mist dissipated, and the hunchbacked old man plummeted from the sky. A ghostly green light hand swiftly flew over, tossed aside the 3 spiritual tools, and grabbed the old man. It then spiraled back towards Han Li. The red line in the air flickered and vanished silently, but in the next moment, it reappeared in front of Han Li. Han Li raised his hand, and the line slowly fell into his palm. It turned out to be a flying needle, about an inch long. This needle was crystal clear, neither metal nor wood, and its surface emitted an eerie red light that fluctuated. Han Li glanced at the flying needle in his hand and showed a satisfied expression. He had spent considerable effort using the crystallized demon core to refine this flying needle, and its power seemed substantial. Its speed and ability to conceal itself had met his expectations. Moreover, it was a magical treasure, so its power could be further enhanced with some cultivation. With a flip of his hand, the flying needle disappeared, stored within his body. Then he looked up at the hunchbacked old man who was being held by the light hand, his face expressionless. The old man, now with a thumb-sized hole in his abdomen, and most of his body tightly grasped by the light hand, couldn't move at all and was pale with fear. Seeing Han Li's gaze, the old man forced a smile despite his terror, speaking flatteringly, "This is all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. With your extraordinary abilities, you can't be the person we're looking for. I must have made a mistake. Please have mercy and don't hold this against me. I'm from the Kong family of Guaning. Ask me anything and I'll tell you everything." The old man, aware of his dire situation, spoke rapidly, hopping to say something that would spare his life. But Han Li simply raised his hand and shot a talisman onto the old man's body, instantly silencing him and making his eyes lose their focus. "No need for such trouble. I trust myself more to find out what I want to know," Han Li muttered. He beckoned the spiritual tools on the ground into his hand and turned towards the courtyard. The green light hand gripped the old man tightly, following Han Li into the courtyard. The courtyard had a simple illusionary barrier that Han Li couldn't see through. After casting a few spells, he broke the formation and entered one of the rooms with the old man. After a meal's time, Han Li casually threw a fireball, reducing the old man on the ground to ashes, erasing him from the world in his unconscious state. Han Li then sat on a wooden chair in the room, resting his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Using the dream-inducing technique, Han Li had extracted nearly all the old man's knowledge without preserving his consciousness. As the old man had mentioned, he was a steward of the Kong family stationed in Jinjing. The old man was quite capable. 2 years ago, he had found and threatened shopkeeper Feng over a trivial matter, forcing him to submit to the Kong family. After all, how could a mortal dare to oppose a cultivator? When Han Li used Feng Yue's jade pendant to approach shopkeeper Feng, the latter sold him out to the old man, hoping to gain great merit. Upon learning that Han Li was the long-lost eldest son of the Feng family, the old man was ecstatic and set a trap, personally leading a team to ambush this Feng Yue. However, the moment Han Li left the tavern, he saw through the old man's poor concealment technique, realizing that shopkeeper Feng had betrayed him. Unafraid of a foundation establishment cultivator, but wary of harming mortals in the tavern, he decided to follow the situation, arriving at this place by carriage. The old man and the ambushing foundation establishment cultivators were then casually exterminated by Han Li as if they were ants. Han Li wasn't surprised, as he had expected something like this. If they were truly targeting him, it would have been laughable to have only foundation establishment cultivators lying in ambush. However, Han Li was greatly intrigued by another piece of information he found in the old man's mind. It turned out that just after the combined forces of the three families of Guaning held the Ginseng King Conference, it was suddenly revealed that the Kong family patriarch had been possessed by a demon. The heads of the other two families, along with some high-ranking cultivators invited from their backing sects, immediately killed the possessed Kong family patriarch on the spot, not even letting his soul escape. This greatly weakened the Kong family's strength, demoting them from leaders to the bottom of the three families. But this angered Xuanyi Wang, who had been hiding in the Snow Ridge Mountains. He raised his ancient tomb from the ground, releasing thousands of Foundation establishment-level corpse guards and openly setting up the Yellow Springs Ghost Array, marching out of the mountains. The three families and their allied high-level cultivators fought a great battle with the three corpses, eliminating many corpse guards, but many low-level cultivators from the three families were also devoured by the ghost array. Even the nascent soul cultivators didn't gain much against the three corpses protected by the tomb and ghost array. One even got seriously injured due to negligence. Consequently, the three families and their sect allies were trapped by the vast ghost array, barely holding on with their prearranged formations. This was partly because the sect cultivators had underestimated Xuanyi Wang, who had been ambushed and injured. They thought he would be easy to deal with. However, with the ancient tomb as his support, Xuanyi Wang displayed the strength of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, a stark contrast to his previous mid-stage power, catching everyone off guard. There's not much more to say. Though Xuanyi Wang was powerful, the commotion eventually attracted a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from a nearby Taoist sect. This cultivator used tremendous divine powers to drive away the three corpses, forcing them back into the depths of the Snow Ridge Mountains. This late-stage nascent soul cultivator didn't pursue them, leaving the scene after rescuing the trapped cultivators. The three families, fearing a return attack from Xuanyi Wang, withdrew all their forces from the mountain area to avoid further conflict. The three corpses, wary of the powerful Taoist cultivator intervening again, didn't dare to re-emerge, bringing the conflict to a standstill. Han Li knew only part of the story from the old man, but piecing it together with his encounter with the wounded Xuan Yi Wang near the Feng family secret chamber, he deduced much of the situation, marveling at it all. Xuan Yi Wang was indeed formidable. Despite being heavily injured from his battle with Kwangsha Shangren in the Snow Ridge Mountains, he had quickly stirred up such trouble, seemingly fully recovered. However, Han Li, knowing the limitations of medicinal recovery, doubted any elixir could restore one's vitality so swiftly. Even with ample supplies, he hadn't regained his peak power. This suggested Xuan Yi Wang's powerful corpse body, or his cultivation method, had unique restorative capabilities. Thinking of the abilities of corpse kings, Han Li couldn't help but recall the heavenly corpse pearl within his body. During his cultivation of the Ming Wang art, he had sensed its miraculous effects. Without it, achieving the second layer of the Ming Wang art might have been questionable even with the golden Vajra relic. Considering its remarkable effects, he speculated that the swift recovery of Xuan Yi Wang might be related to this pearl. After pondering for a while, Han Li set the matter aside and began planning his stay in Jinjing. Staying at this residence, associated with shopkeeper Feng, was not an option due to the potential investigation following his disappearance. He decided to find a quiet place like a Taoist temple or a monastery to rent, preferring their tranquility over an inn. He also needed to gather information about the auction from the local cultivator market in Jinjing. With his plans settled, Han Li left the residence and disappeared without a trace. Han Li spent some time in the city and eventually found a little-known Taoist temple. All the Taoists in the temple were genuine mortals with no trace of spiritual power. Han Li was very pleased with this. He immediately donated some silver to the temple master, who was moved and allowed him to stay temporarily. After staying overnight in the temple, Han Li left early the next morning and headed straight to a school he had discovered during the day, which had the aura of cultivators. Given that this school could be established in a place like Jinjing and seemed quite substantial, it certainly had some background and likely connections with the Confucian sect. However, Han Li didn't care about this at all. When he quietly entered the academy and appeared in front of an elderly Confucian scholar with white hair, he didn't conceal his powerful nascent soul stage aura. The old scholar was initially shocked upon seeing Han Li and hurriedly gathered his spiritual power. But upon realizing Han Li's true cultivation level, he relaxed and respectfully stepped forward, bowing. "Senior, may I ask if there is anything this junior can assist you with?" "You are quite perceptive. Indeed, I have some small matters to inquire about. Tell me the locations of the markets in Jinjing and any information about upcoming auctions. As local cultivators, you should be well informed about these things," Han Li said with a faint smile. "The market locations are not a problem. I will immediately copy the map into a jade slip. As for the auctions, I don't know much. What exactly would you like to know?" The old scholar readily agreed without hesitation, took out a white jade slip from his storage pouch and began infusing it with the map of the markets. I need the specific times and locations of the auctions and any rare materials that might be up for sale, Han Li asked, his smile fading. That's not a problem. The auction will be held 9 days from now at the Treasure Light Hall in the Jinxifang market. There will be 2 sessions, one for core formation stage and another for nascent soul stage cultivators, held at different times. Nascent soul stage cultivators can attend the core formation stage auction, but core formation stage cultivators cannot enter the nascent soul stage auction. As for the rare materials, it's difficult to say. These large auctions are jointly held by the largest markets in Dajin, so outsiders rarely know what will be sold. However, based on past experience, there will be at least 100 rare items up for auction. In addition, some seniors often temporarily consign rare items for auction, making these events last 5 to 6 days, the old scholar explained honestly. I see the Treasure Light Hall. Hanley nodded slightly, muttering to himself. Senior, the jade slip is ready. Please take it. The old scholar handed the jade slip to Han Li with both hands. Han Li took the jade slip without a word, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Do not mention our meeting to anyone else or else. Han Li's face darkened, and he flashed a sinister smile before disappearing on the spot in a flash of green light. The old scholar let out a long breath, sat down in his chair, and pondered deeply. After a while, he swept his divine sense through the room to ensure it was empty, confirming Han Li's departure. Only then did he truly relax, a bitter smile appearing on his face. After leaving the academy, Han Li carefully examined the jade slip before heading straight to the Jinxifang market. The so-called Jinxifang market was actually a small area hidden by a sophisticated concealment formation that masked a secluded street in the western part of Jinjing. Arriving at the market's entrance, Han Li easily passed through the invisible barrier unnoticed by mortals and found himself on a slightly quieter street. This quietness was relative to the bustling mortal city outside. In one glance, Han Li saw hundreds of cultivators entering and exiting the shops lining the street. Without needing to use his divine sense, Han Li knew that with the upcoming auction, there would definitely be nascent soul stage cultivators stationed in the Jinxifang market. Organizing such a large auction without such security would be impossible. Thinking this, Han Li walked slowly, his eyes scanning the shops on both sides. This market differed from those he had seen in the southern regions of Dajin. The shops here were tall, 2 or 3 stories high, indicating significant wealth and power. Many of these shops had names that Han Li recognized from other markets. It seemed that any significant business in the cultivation world of Dajin had branches here. With this in mind, Han Li started visiting the shops with a list of rare materials he needed. But he knew that these items, which had eluded him so far, were extremely rare and not easy to find. Han Li was not in a hurry. He hadn't expected to find everything in the market easily and was just making use of the opportunity. He had another important task to accomplish here. Participating in the auction would require a large amount of spirit stones, and although Han Li had many, he had spent a significant amount collecting other materials. Now, with a large auction ahead, he knew he wouldn't have enough spirit stones. Han Li planned to sell some rare items to raise spirit stones. Since he needed a large amount, he had to find a substantial buyer. When Han Li arrived in front of a 3-story pavilion, his eyes narrowed slightly. This pavilion was much larger than the other shops he had visited, and many cultivators were entering and exiting, indicating it might be a good place to sell his items. However, when Han Li saw the plaque above the entrance with the large golden characters Tianji Pavilion, he hesitated. Could this Tianji Pavilion be the one known for selling Tianji houses? After a moment's hesitation, Han Li decided to go inside. The first floor of the pavilion was spacious, about 30 or 40 feet in both length and width. 5 or 6 young attendants were introducing items on the surrounding shelves to a few customers. As soon as Han Li entered, an attendant with a smile approached him. "Step aside. I'll take care of this senior." A middle-aged man in a white robe, who had been leisurely sipping tea in a corner, put down his cup in surprise after scanning Han Li's cultivation level with his divine sense. He hurried over, dismissing the attendant. The middle-aged man straightened his clothes, approached Han Li, and respectfully said, "It is an honor for Tianji Pavilion to receive you, senior. The first floor naturally doesn't have anything suitable for you. Please allow me to escort you to the 3rd floor." "Very well. I was looking for someone in charge," Han Li replied calmly, following the man upstairs. The 7 or 8 cultivators shopping on the 1st floor immediately realized Han Li was a nascent soul stage cultivator, causing a stir. "A nascent soul senior. It's my first time seeing one. How youthful he looks." "It seems Tianji Pavilion is about to make a big deal. Amazing." Exclamations of awe and curiosity filled the air. The 3rd floor of Tianji Pavilion was not large, but elegantly decorated. 2 young and beautiful female cultivators immediately brought a pot of fine tea upon seeing the middle-aged man and his guest. "Please try this Misty Rain Spirit tea, senior. It's a specialty we've acquired at great cost," the middle-aged man introduced with a smile as soon as Han Li sat down. "I'm not here for tea. Let's see if you have the materials I need. I've already visited many shops without success, and I don't hold high hopes for Tianji Pavilion either," Han Li said, ignoring the tea. He flicked his sleeve, and a green jade slip appeared on the table. "Since you are in such a hurry, I'll take a look first. But given the scarcity of these materials, I suspect they are not ordinary," the middle-aged man replied with a smile, reaching for the jade slip and immersing his divine sense in it. Moments later, his expression changed slightly. Han Li remained calm. He had seen this reaction many times in other shops. The materials he sought were rare, and some were so obscure that ordinary cultivators had never even heard of them. No wonder you had no luck elsewhere. These materials are indeed extraordinary. Except for a small piece of thunder spirit stone, we don't have the rest, the middle-aged man said with a bitter smile after examining the jade slip. You have thunder spirit crystal. Hanley's face lit up with joy. Yes, but there's a complication. The Thunder Spirit Stone belongs to a nascent soul senior who has consigned it here for exchange. If it remains unsold, it will be auctioned in a few days, the middle-aged man explained hesitantly, surprising Han Li. Exchange items? What do you have in mind for the exchange? I happen to have some items that could be used for trading, Han Li said, stroking his chin. The materials and elixirs this senior wants to exchange are all listed here. Although they may be somewhat less rare than the ones you have just collected, they are still difficult to find. Otherwise, this piece of thunder spirit crystal would have been traded long ago. It's an excellent material for refining thunder attribute magical treasures. The middle-aged cultivator was not surprised by Han Li's words and handed over a prepared jade slip after reminding him. Han Li took the jade slip and nonchalantly used his spiritual sense to examine it. The middle-aged man in white robes carefully observed Han Li's facial expressions, hopping to glean some information. But unfortunately, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, revealing nothing. This left the middle-aged man somewhat disappointed and puzzled. This nascent soul stage senior named Han, what's his background? Not only does he look so young, but the materials he seeks are incredibly rare. Generally, there are indeed many female cultivators who can maintain their youthful appearance upon advancing to the nascent soul stage, but male cultivators, even if they can maintain their looks, don't usually dress or appear like this. Could he be a newly advanced nascent soul cultivator? Although the middle-aged man sensed that Han Li was at the nascent soul stage, any further details about his cultivation were as hazy as a mist. All he knew was that Han Li seemed even stronger than the early nascent soul cultivators he had encountered before. This was the main reason he was so eager to accommodate Han Li. Otherwise, for an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, the force behind Tianji Pavilion wouldn't necessitate such enthusiasm. I can provide one or two of the items you need, but I need to see the Thunder Spirit crystal first. If its quality is too poor, it will be useless to me, Han Li said calmly after a brief review of the jade slip, tossing it back to the middle-aged man. Of course, how about this, Senior? This is a significant transaction, and Senior Fu lives nearby. I'll send a message and have him come here to discuss the trade with you personally. How does that sound? The middle-aged man, after some thought, suggested with a smile. Senior Fu, all right, I would like to meet this Fu Taoist. I need as many thunder spirit crystals as possible. Let's see if this Taoist has any extra. After some thought, Han Li agreed readily. He considered that anyone who could acquire such rare materials might have other valuable items, so meeting and inquiring personally could be beneficial. In that case, please wait a moment, Senior. I will send the message right away. Senior Fu should be here shortly." The middle-aged man promptly exited the third-floor hall after bowing. Han Li leisurely picked up the spirit tea on the table, took a sip, and found it to be rich and sweet, indeed extraordinary. Moments later, the middle-aged man returned, having already sent the message. While Han Li was sipping the spirit tea, he glanced at the middle-aged man and suddenly asked, "Isn't Tianji Pavilion famous for producing Tianji houses? I've heard that your pavilion's high-level Tianji houses can refine a whole cave dwelling into a palm-sized object for easy carrying, and they can even be equipped with powerful restrictions. Is this true?" "Haha, Tianji houses are indeed a specialty of our pavilion. But the kind of Tianji house you mentioned is the highest grade one, which should be called Tianji Manor. The materials needed for these are extremely rare, and we haven't made many. Now, except for a few non-tradable ones, the rest have long been sold. These Tianji manors are the best materials for refining thunder attribute magical treasures." The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, but quickly explained with a smile. "Non-tradable? Why? Aren't the items refined by Tianji Pavilion meant to be sold?" Han Li was somewhat surprised. "To be honest, Senior, the remaining ones are the best among the Tianji manors, far superior in both size and the restrictions attached compared to those previously sold. Therefore, these are specifically reserved and can only be exchanged for some rare items," the middle-aged man explained somewhat awkwardly. "Exchanging items, huh? That's interesting. But it doesn't matter. As long as these Tianji manors are as marvelous as they are said to be, I would like to exchange for one. Can you bring out a few for me to see?" Han Li said with great interest, a smile on his face. "A few? Senior, you must be joking. Even our main store in the capital only has one, and it's our pavilion's treasure. The other pieces are kept in other branches. However, the one we have here was personally refined by our pavilion's Grandmaster Refiner, Hua Yunzi, and it's among the best of all Tianji manors. The restrictions on it can rival those of high-level ancient treasures. However, as a mere steward, I don't have the authority to handle this treasure. It's under the charge of Elder Wang. If you are truly interested, I can invite Elder Wang from the secret chamber to discuss the exchange. Only he knows what items can be exchanged for it." The middle-aged man perked up and said quickly, if he could close such a significant deal, his status in Tianji Pavilion would rise substantially. "I see, but this matter still needs to." Han Li smiled slightly, about to say something when his expression suddenly changed, and he stopped talking. The middle-aged man was taken aback and a bit confused, but at that moment, an old voice came from downstairs. "Zhao boy, is there really someone who has what I want? I've interrupted my critical cultivation session just for this." Although the voice was old, it was full of energy and extremely loud. Following that, a series of heavy footsteps approached, indicating that the person was quite hefty. "Since I invited you, Senior, there is indeed such a matter. How could I dare to deceive Senior Fu?" The middle-aged man in white robes hurriedly stood up and respectfully replied upon realizing that the person he had invited had arrived. A tall figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. Han Li squinted his eyes and carefully examined the newcomer. This was a tall elder in black robes, with a ruddy complexion and an impressive aura, clearly a peak mid-nascent soul cultivator. Han Li involuntarily furrowed his brows, somewhat surprised. The ruddy-faced elder, noticing Han Li's youthful appearance and mid-nascent soul cultivation, was equally astonished, but soon broke into a broad smile and walked into the hall. So this is the Han Taoist friend that manager Zhao mentioned. It's no wonder you have the materials I need. You are indeed an extraordinary mid-nascent soul cultivator. The elder laughed heartily as he greeted Han Li. Not at all. It's Senior Fu's cultivation that I admire, Han Li replied with a smile, standing up and cupping his hands in greeting. With my age, there's nothing to admire about my cultivation level. I'm a straightforward person, so I'll get right to the point. Han Taoist, to exchange for the Thunder Spirit Crystal, what exactly do you have? Can you tell me a bit about it? Once they were seated again, the ruddy-faced elder eagerly asked. I don't have anything special, but I happen to have a 1,000-year-old fire attribute red essence mushroom, Han Li said calmly with a slight smile. This red essence mushroom was not the 3,000-year-old one he obtained at the first trade fair in Tian, Nan, in exchange for a 7th-level monster core, but a 1,000-year-old herb he had carefully nurtured from its seeds. Red essence mushroom. If it truly has 1,000 years of maturity, it would indeed be sufficient to exchange for my Thunder Spirit Crystal. Could you show it to me? The elder said with great joy. Of course, I carry it with me. But I would also like to see your spirit crystal, Han Li replied calmly. Oh, how foolish of me. Naturally, that's appropriate. Manager Zhao, bring out my stored spirit crystal for Han Taoist to see, the elder instructed without hesitation. Yes, Senior, I will fetch it right away. The middle-aged man in white robes responded promptly and exited the hall. Han Taoist, your face seems unfamiliar, but your cultivation is already at the mid-nascent soul stage. Where have you been cultivating? You must be a diligent cultivator who rarely interacts with others. Otherwise, I would have some impression of you, the elder asked curiously, trying to probe Han Li. Han Li, prepared for such questions, replied unhurriedly, It's not surprising you don't know me. I've been cultivating on a remote island overseas and rarely come to the mainland. An overseas cultivator. My apologies for not recognizing you. I've heard there are many powerful cultivators overseas with unique cultivation methods quite different from ours in the mainland. I would love to exchange cultivation insights with you sometime. But coming all the way to the capital, I assume you are here for the auction, the elder said, suddenly realizing and understanding. Indeed, only a nascent soul cultivator from the vast overseas could be so unknown in the mainland. The elder's curiosity was somewhat satisfied. After a few more exchanges, footsteps were heard outside the hall again, followed by a clear and cheerful voice. Senior Fu, visiting our Tianji pavilion without informing me. And Han Taoist, such a distinguished guest, I should have come to greet you personally. As the voice fell, a silver-robed cultivator with a slightly pale face walked into the hall. He, it's rare to see Brother Wang make an appearance. I thought you would continue your secluded cultivation of the turtle spirit art and wouldn't dare disturb your peaceful practice. The elder with the surname Fu greeted warmly, indicating a long-standing acquaintance with the silver-robed cultivator. The turtle spirit art has only allowed me to reach the 7th level, and I don't expect to advance to the mid-nascent soul stage in this lifetime. But when I heard from Manager Zhao that a fellow Taoist, possibly at the mid-nascent soul stage, had arrived to buy the Tianji manor that has been stored in our pavilion for centuries, and that Brother Fu was also visiting, how could I not come out to meet him? The silver-robed cultivator, around 50 years old, glanced at Han Li with a slight smile and cupped his hands in a polite greeting. From his words, Han Li deduced that this person was the elder Wang mentioned earlier by the white-robed, middle-aged man. A quick sweep with his spiritual sense confirmed that Elder Wang was an early nascent soul cultivator, although his unusually pale complexion suggested a unique cultivation method. Brother Wang, you are too polite. I, Han, have long heard of the famous Tianji Pavilion and came to visit your esteemed pavilion. Han Li replied with a slight smile, returning the gesture. Taoist Han, seeking the Tianji manor, truly lives up to the reputation of overseas cultivators with such generosity. It seems the saying that overseas is rich in treasures is not unfounded, Elder Fu remarked with some surprise. Overseas does have some rare materials, but it can't compare to the vast and resource-rich mainland. You two are joking, Han Li replied nonchalantly. However, his words did not convince the two nascent soul cultivators, who wisely refrained from pressing further to avoid any misunderstanding that might provoke a high-level cultivator like Han Li. At this moment, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhao stepped forward, placing one large and one small jade box on the table in front of Han Li, then discreetly stepped back. With Elder Wang present, there was no need for him to say anything further. Since Taoist is interested in our pavilion's Tianji manor, I have brought it along with Fu Taoist's Thunder Spirit Crystal for you to examine first, Elder Wang said politely, pointing to the larger jade box. Brother Wang, let's show Han Brother the Tianji manor later. Let me complete my transaction with Taoist Han first, Elder Fu interjected with a grin. Brother Fu, you're as impatient as ever. Very well, you go first. I am also curious to see what treasures Taoist Han has brought to exchange for the Thunder Spirit Crystal, Elder Wang said with a chuckle. Han Li smiled, casually patting his storage pouch. A palm-sized emerald green wooden box appeared in his hand, adorned with 2 gold and silver talismans. Elder Fu's eyes lit up at the sight. Han Li placed the wooden box on the table and slid it silently towards Elder Fu, who eagerly took hold of it. With a sweep of his sleeve, he sent the smaller jade box steadily towards Han Li. Han Li looked pleased, picking up the jade box and opening its lid slightly. A silver-white glow emanated from within. With a flash of blue in his eyes, Han Li saw a fist-sized silver-white stone. He examined it for a moment before extending a finger, a faint green light flickering at his fingertip. He flicked his wrist, sending the green light towards the stone. As soon as the green light touched the stone, a thunderous crack resounded, and several thin silver arcs of lightning emerged, blocking the green light. Indeed, it is the Thunder Spirit Crystal. However, its quality seems average. Still, I can make do with it, Han Li said, exhaling softly and addressing Elder Fu seriously. Top-quality Thunder Spirit crystals are extremely rare. This piece was found with great difficulty in the belly of a rare Thunder attribute beast, Elder Fu replied, equally satisfied with the red essence mushroom in the wooden box, his face beaming with joy. But my red essence mushroom is an absolute top-grade spirit herb with no impurities, Han Li said calmly, though he was not inclined to agree to the trade without some negotiation. That's true. In terms of value, my Thunder Spirit Crystal is indeed slightly inferior to your red essence mushroom. How about I add 30,000 spirit stones to make up the difference? Elder Fu responded straightforwardly, not denying the disparity and quickly offering his terms. No need to rush, Taoist. First, take a look at this list and see if you can provide any of the other materials or know of their whereabouts. If I gain something from this, I won't need the spirit stones, Han Li said, placing the jade box back on the table and handing over a jade slip detailing his required materials. Other materials. Elder Fu looked surprised but took the jade slip and read it quickly. Meanwhile, Elder Wang, eyeing the red essence mushroom, seemed deep in thought. A moment later, Elder Fu finished reading the jade slip and looked at Han Li with a hint of hesitation. Unfortunately, Taoist Han, these materials are too rare, and I don't have any. However, I might be able to direct you to a place where you can find them, Elder Fu said after a moment's hesitation. A place? You don't mean the auction in a few days, do you? Han Li asked with a knowing smile. Haha, the auction might have some materials, but items of the level you need are rarely available there. Most cultivators with such rare materials prefer to trade them rather than sell them. Elder Fu laughed, dismissing the auction's chances. Though, is there some other private trade fair? Han Li asked, intrigued and delighted. Elder Fu's face took on a peculiar expression as he moved his lips silently, but Han Li heard his voice clearly in his ears. Taoist Han, you are indeed perceptive. This isn't exactly a private trade fair. The grand auction in Jin Capital has naturally split into two parts over many years. The official trade fair supported by orthodox sects and the underground trade fair hosted by demonic sects. In the underground trade fair, common items are auctioned with spirit stones, but rare materials like those you seek are mostly bartered. However, participation in the underground fair requires a trusted introducer, as many items there are forbidden by the cultivation world. If you agree to this trade, I can act as your sponsor. I'm sure you'll find what you need at the underground trade fair, Elder Fu explained, then waited for Han Li's response. I see, but do these two fairs happen simultaneously? I don't want to miss the grand auction either, Han Li asked after some thought. That's easy. While the two fairs run concurrently, the most precious items are auctioned at different times, ensuring you won't miss anything important, Elder Fu replied confidently. In that case, I'll follow your suggestion. I'm very interested in this underground trade fair. Han Li agreed without further hesitation. Great, I knew you were straightforward. On the last day of the grand auction, come to the Tianji Pavilion, and I'll guide you to the underground trade fair, Elder Fu said joyfully, saving several thousand spirit stones in the process. This time, he spoke aloud, catching Elder Wang's attention. Elder Wang's interest was piqued, though he maintained a pleasant demeanor. Once Han Li and Elder Fu had secured the Thunder Spirit Crystal and Red Essence Mushroom respectively, Elder Wang smiled and said, "Congratulations to both Taoists." Taoist Han, would you like to see the Tianji Manor now? But I must warn you, one Red Essence Mushroom is far from enough for this treasure. No problem. If the Tianji Manor satisfies me, I won't hesitate to pay the price, Han Li replied confidently. Very well. I trust someone with your wealth can afford this item. Please follow me to our pavilion's special space to see the Tianji Manor, Elder Wang said, his smile widening. A special space. Han Li was surprised, showing a hint of excitement. Have you not heard of the Zumi space? Ah, I forgot. This secret technique to create a personal space from spatial rifts was developed in the Jin dynasty only in the past 1,000 years. It's no wonder you're unfamiliar with it, Elder Wang explained, patting his head in realization. Refining a spatial rift into a mustard seed space. Such a heaven-defying secret technique has already appeared in the world. Han Li's face showed a hint of shock, and he spoke with some disbelief. Anything involving spatial secret techniques is always earth-shattering and of great significance. Speaking of which, the most common magical item in the cultivation world, the storage pouch, is actually one of the most common applications of spatial secret techniques. However, no matter how high the grade of a storage pouch, the things it can hold are limited, and it cannot be considered a true mustard seed space. Many cultivators even believe that higher-level spatial secret techniques are impossible to appear in the human realm and can only be performed by cultivators in the upper realms. This notion is almost a default understanding in Tiannan. But now, upon hearing Elder Wang's words, Han Li was greatly astonished to learn that the great Jin had developed the secret technique to refine spatial rifts over 1,000 years ago. Brother Han, there's no need to be so surprised. This so-called mustard seed space isn't as profound as you might think. Its creation was merely a coincidence, the elder surnamed Fu suddenly said with a smile. Brother Fu is right. To most people, the mustard seed space is basically a useless thing. Not only is it extremely difficult to refine, but its usage is also heavily restricted. It's simply not practical for widespread application. In fact, There are only about a dozen mustard seed spaces in the entire Great Jinn, and the one here in our pavilion is the earliest known one, Elder Wang also said with a bitter smile. The earliest one. Could it be? Han Li's eyebrows twitched as he became somewhat suspicious. That's right. This secret technique was accidentally created by several of our pavilion's master refiners. There are only 2 master refiners in our pavilion who can refine such mustard seed spaces. In fact, the Heavenly Machine House and the Heavenly Machine Mansion were also developed based on this mustard seed space refining technique. Elder Wang explained without any intention of hiding anything, revealing everything clearly. I see. I truly must witness the wonders of this mustard seed space. Han Li regained his composure and said with a smile. Elder Wang, take Brother Han there. I've already been to that mustard seed space, so I won't go again. I need to process this scarlet essence Ganoderma first, so I'll take my leave now, the elder surnamed Fu said earnestly, cupping his hands to bid farewell to the 2. Since Brother Fu has other matters to attend to, I won't keep you. See you another day, Elder Wang replied, cupping his hands in return. Meanwhile, Han Li heard the elder's few words of advice, reminding him not to miss the final day's transactions at the underground trading event. Han Li nodded casually in response. Without further delay, the elder surnamed Fu left the hall and descended the stairs. Brother Han, let's go. The mustard seed space is right behind the pavilion, and it won't take long to get there, Elder Wang said with a smile, then casually waved his sleeve over the table, making the larger jade box disappear instantly. Han Li naturally did not refuse and followed Elder Wang through a series of strict restrictions to a small clearing behind the pavilion. In the center of this clearing was a strange teleportation array that Han Li had never seen before. It was clearly more complex and slightly larger than an ordinary teleportation array. Han Li frowned slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. To enter the mustard seed space, you must use this teleportation array, Elder Wang explained, seemingly noticing Han Li's confusion. A teleportation array? Does this mean the refined spatial rift is fixed in one location? Han Li's lips moved, secretly astonished. However, since this clearly involved secret refining techniques, he didn't ask directly. Seeing Elder Wang step into the teleportation array first, Han Li hesitated for a moment before following. He then noticed that the 7 or 8 spirit stones around the teleportation array were all mid-grade spirit stones. Just entering the mustard seed space required a cost of 700 or 800 low-grade spirit stones. If the same amount was needed to return, a round trip would cost over 1,000 spirit stones, a price not affordable for ordinary cultivators. As Han Li pondered, the spirit stones around the teleportation array suddenly lit up with a white glow, and the 2 of them disappeared in a flash. After a moment of dizziness and blurred vision, Han Li and Elder Wang found themselves on a rocky slope, with a teleportation array similar to the one they had used beneath their feet. Han Li steadied himself and looked around. In front of him was a space over 1,000 feet wide, filled with white stones and numerous pits of varying sizes, some over 10 feet wide and others only about a yard wide, scattered randomly. Han Li took a deep breath, feeling somewhat puzzled. This space had no greenery and lacked any spiritual energy. The sky was also gray, indicating a dead land. Brother Han should have noticed that this space is a dead land. After all, finding a spatial rift naturally containing a spiritual vein is 1 in 10,000, and discovering a place like the fabled Lingmiao Garden, which has spiritual energy surpassing that of the human realm, is even more out of the question. Since we discovered spatial rifts in the great Jin cultivation world, only 3 or 4 have been found to contain some spiritual energy, and even those are less dense than in the human realm. But these spatial rifts have been refined into mustard seed spaces with our pavilion's help, Elder Wang explained with a smile. So these mustard seed spaces are only useful for saving space and entering and exiting freely. No wonder I haven't heard much about mustard seed spaces despite being here for so long, Han Li said with a peculiar expression, rubbing his chin. That's not entirely true. Some sects use these mustard seed spaces to store large, secret items, or as places to store large amounts of materials, or even as hidden retreats in times of danger. These spaces are also ideal for testing artifacts and treasures, as we do here at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The rarity of mustard seed spaces is due to the difficulty in finding suitable spatial rifts. Few know the exact locations of these rifts, and those that are suitable are often known only to certain sects. Additionally, the cost of materials to refine these spaces is astronomical. All these factors combined make mustard seed spaces so scarce, Elder Wang explained, somewhat embarrassed. Even so, this mustard seed space is far from what I imagined, something that can be manipulated at will and even carried around. Needing a teleportation array to enter and exit hardly qualifies as a mustard seed concept, Han Li said with a sigh, feeling a bit disappointed. Having such a large space that can be carried around is likely only possible for great cultivators who ascend to the spiritual realm or true immortals in the celestial realm. In our human realm, it's absolutely impossible. Just being able to stabilize existing spatial rifts with rare materials is already a significant breakthrough, Elder Wang said nonchalantly. Stabilizing space. Does this mean spatial rifts on the verge of collapse can be reinforced? Han Li was shocked, his eyes flashing. Of course, as long as the spatial rift hasn't completely collapsed, we can use materials to stabilize it. Why does Brother Han know of such a rift? The silver-robed cultivator asked with some surprise. I discovered such a rift in an overseas location. However, I'm not sure if it's about to collapse since I haven't had the ability to enter it yet. I just felt the entrance was somewhat unstable, Han Li replied with a smile, speaking ambiguously. The silver-robed cultivator naturally saw that Han Li didn't want to elaborate and tactfully didn't press further. Instead, he flipped his hand, and the jade box containing the heavenly machine mansion appeared. Elder Wang will now release the heavenly machine mansion for you to inspect. If you are satisfied with its setup, we can discuss its transaction, Elder Wang said with a smile. Very well. Elder Wang, please go ahead, Han Li nodded. Seeing Han Li's agreement, the silver-robed cultivator didn't hesitate. He opened the jade box, revealing a milky white glow and something indistinct inside. Before Han Li could clearly see what was inside, Elder Wang chanted an incantation and gently shook the jade box, releasing a ball of white light that rapidly expanded in the wind. After a moment, it transformed into a large mass of white mist several acres wide, within which faintly appeared buildings made of white jade. Elder Wang formed a spell with his hands and pointed upwards with a low shout. The white mist hummed deeply before descending to the ground with a loud rumble. With a roar, amidst beams of light, a complete mansion made entirely of beautiful jade appeared on the empty ground below the slope. Han Li squinted his eyes and carefully observed with his hands behind his back. This exquisitely crafted mansion was noticeably smaller than ordinary mansions, but it had all the necessary structures, including pavilions and courtyards, and was covered by a white light screen, making it look like a fairy abode, ethereal and dreamlike. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li's figure flickered and transformed into a green light shooting towards the mansion. Elder Wang hurriedly took out a white jade token and waved it towards the mansion, causing the light screen around it to vanish, allowing Han Li to enter the mansion unimpeded. After about the time it takes to eat a meal, Han Li's figure reappeared in front of the cave abode. He floated lightly back to the slope, his expression calm and unperturbed, showing no sign of anything unusual. Elder Wang frowned slightly but then relaxed. As soon as Han Li flew back to the stone slope, he smiled and asked, "How does fellow Taoist Han find this treasure? Are you satisfied with it?" The cave abode is not large but has everything, including an alchemy room and a beast house. There's nothing lacking, but there's one thing I'm unclear about and need Brother Wang to explain first. Anything related to the heavenly machine mansion, feel free to ask. I won't hide anything, Elder Wang replied cheerfully. In that case, I won't be polite. I know that the greatest advantage of the heavenly machine mansion is that it can be expanded or contracted at will, making it easy to carry. But I wonder if it works like a storage pouch, allowing things to be placed inside or taken out when it is shrunk. Does it have the function of a spirit beast pouch, where the spirit beasts in the beast house can shrink with the mansion without any issues? Han Li asked slowly, staring at the silver-robed cultivator. This treasure can change the size of houses and inanimate objects like tables and chairs that were refined together with it, but it is powerless against living beings like spirit beasts. Even if your spirit beasts have transformation abilities, they cannot withstand the immense spatial pressure when the heavenly machine mansion changes size and would be instantly obliterated. Moreover, even if a spirit beast could withstand this pressure, once the mansion is shrunk, It becomes sealed and cannot absorb any spiritual energy from the outside. Over time, the spirit beasts inside would naturally perish. Elder Wang explained in detail without hiding anything, as these aspects could be easily verified. So every time the mansion is put away, the spirit herbs in the medicine garden must be transplanted first. Otherwise, they won't survive. Han Li pondered for a moment and asked another question. Brother Han is absolutely right. These are the unresolved issues of the heavenly machine mansion. However, despite these drawbacks, a cave abode that comes with innate restrictions and can be summoned any time and anywhere is still an incomparable treasure, Elder Wang said seriously after frowning slightly. Indeed, that's why I'm interested in the heavenly machine mansion. If it truly had all the capabilities I mentioned, I probably wouldn't even dare to hope for it, Han Li said with a light laugh. So, Brother Han intends to trade for this item. Elder Wang's eyes lit up with some joy. I have some rare materials that I don't use. Give me a list of what I can use for the trade, and I'll see what I can provide. Then we can discuss how much material is needed to exchange for this treasure, Han Li said with a relaxed and casual smile. Of course, the materials our pavilion needs are all in this jade slip. Please take a look, the silver-robed cultivator said with a full smile, shaking his sleeve and shooting a white light towards Han Li. Han Li caught it, revealing a white jade slip. He immediately began examining it while standing on the stone slope. An hour later, Han Li appeared at the entrance of the heavenly machine pavilion, with Elder Wang seeing him off with a broad smile. After exchanging a few words of farewell, Han Li floated away. Elder Wang, satisfied, returned to the pavilion only after Han Li's figure disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Han Li touched the bulging storage pouch at his waist, his eyes flashing as a smile appeared on his lips. After exchanging a large number of rare materials he didn't need for the heavenly machine mansion, he also sold some demon cores and spirit herbs directly to the heavenly machine pavilion, obtaining an astonishing amount of spirit stones. Thinking back to Elder Wang's shocked expression when he brought out so many materials, Han Li found it amusing but also significantly heightened his vigilance. The saying people die for wealth, birds die for food is a timeless truth. If there's enough incentive, he didn't believe that just being a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator would guarantee no one would dare to target him. Even though the heavenly machine pavilion had a reputable name and should be trustworthy, having revealed his wealth and posing as an overseas rogue cultivator, Han Li still took utmost caution to guard against any malicious intentions from Elder Wang. Therefore, as soon as he left the heavenly machine pavilion, Han Li released part of his spiritual sense to cover the surroundings, checking for any covert surveillance. After confirming that no one was tracking him, he walked to a secluded corner behind another pavilion. His figure flickered, and he transformed, growing slightly taller, with his appearance and clothing changing in a flash of green light. When he emerged from behind the pavilion, He had become a middle-aged scholar in a blue robe, with 3 long beards and a distinguished look. With his current cultivation, unless he encountered a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, others wouldn't be able to see through his true appearance. Now at ease, Hanley headed towards other shops. After visiting several major shops in succession, Han Li was greatly disappointed by the lack of success. It wasn't that these big shops lacked treasures. Some of the ancient treasures and materials recommended by the shopkeepers were very tempting. But unfortunately, they weren't the materials needed for refining puppets and the 3-flame fan. Since he didn't lack ordinary ancient treasures, after careful consideration, he didn't buy anything. It seems I'll have to wait for the auction, Han Li thought as he stood at the end of the street, looking at a magnificent stone hall ahead of him. This ancient-looking, grand hall was the Baeguang Hall. It stood out from ordinary halls with 3 levels, each over 20 feet high, resembling a massive pavilion. Only such a huge structure, capable of accommodating over 1,000 cultivators at once, could host an auction. At the hall's entrance, several Foundation establishment cultivators guarded the door, preventing ordinary cultivators from entering. It was clear they were preparing for the auction. Besides Han Li, other cultivators were pointing at the hall, seemingly aware it would soon host the grand auction. Han Li took a deep look at the Baeguang Hall, ready to turn and leave. But at that moment, 4 male and female cultivators unexpectedly walked out of the hall. Han Li glanced at them indifferently, but then his expression changed, and he hurriedly turned to walk away, trying to remain calm. "Wait, fellow Taoist, please stay." A pleasant voice called out from behind him just as he took a few steps. Han Li's heart sank and his face twitched, but he stopped. "Do you need something, fellow Taoist?" he asked calmly as he turned around. About 6 or 7 feet away from him, a veiled woman in white with skin like snow was gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Beside her stood another woman and 2 men, all equally astonished as they looked at Han Li. A quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed that these people were all nascent soul cultivators. In particular, the white-clad woman and a black-robed man beside her were mid-stage nascent soul cultivators like himself. Hanley felt a bit anxious. "Nothing much. I noticed fellow Taoist's extraordinary cultivation and wanted to make your acquaintance. I hope you don't mind," the woman said with a charming smile, her eyes lingering on the long, wrapped bundle on Han Li's back for a moment. Although the woman's face was veiled, her tall figure and graceful movements were alluring. However, instead of feeling flattered, Han Li wanted to turn around and leave immediately. Because this woman was none other than the heavenly land saintess, with whom he had fought once on the grasslands. "Acquaintance, fellow Taoist must be joking. With your character and cultivation, it would be an honor for me. But I'm currently busy and can't stay," Han Li replied coolly, bowing slightly before turning to leave again. "Why the hurry? I have a few questions for you, fellow Taoist. Could you answer them?" The woman flickered and blocked his path, frowning slightly. Are you questioning me? Han Li's expression darkened, and his tone became harsh. Miss Lin, do you have some grudge with this fellow Taoist? The black-robed man finally couldn't help but speak. He was shrouded in a faint black aura, indicating a deep mastery of some demonic art. No, this is my first time meeting this fellow Taoist. But for some reason, he reminds me of the person I'm looking for here in the Great Jinn. Brother G, you know I've been searching for this person for years, so I want to see if it's just a mistake, the Heavenly Land Saintess explained, her gaze on Han Li becoming cold. What? You mean this person possesses our sect's ghost Luo banner? The black-robed man's face darkened as he stared at Han Li with fierce eyes. I'm not sure. Although his appearance and build are different, he feels somewhat similar, and he also has a similar-shaped bundle on his back, the Heavenly Land Saintess said, her bright eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at Han Li. A bundle, the black-robed man murmured, his eyes also focusing on the long, wrapped bundle on Han Li's back, which indeed resembled a large bamboo tube. However, when he tried to probe the bundle with his spiritual sense, it was immediately repelled by another powerful spiritual sense. Startled, he quickly withdrew his spiritual sense, his face growing even colder. Fellow Taoist, I am Ji Tianhao of the Yin Luo sect. Would you mind unwrapping that bundle on your back for us to see, if it's not what? We think we won't trouble you any further, Ji Tianhao said slowly, his face showing some wariness. Not just him. The other two similarly dressed male and female cultivators also moved to Han Li's sides, creating a threatening stance. Han Li stood with his hands behind his back, silent. Although none of them cast any spells or used any magical treasures, a murderous aura filled the air, making the atmosphere tense. At this moment, other nearby cultivators in the Foundation establishment and core formation stages, after scanning Han Li and his group's cultivation levels, immediately turned pale and scattered in all directions, not daring to linger nearby. If these high-level cultivators were to fight, these small fry would certainly be caught in the crossfire. Coldly watching the area around the stone hall, Han Li noticed that in an instant, only their group remained. Some pavilions, as if facing a great enemy, activated their protective restrictions. Han Li's facial muscles twitched, a layer of crystalline green light eerily rising on his face, his eyes emitting a cold, gloomy light. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianhao and the other three from the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Lan also began to circulate their magical power, adopting vigilant stances, their inner treasures stirring restlessly. But at this moment, Han Li seemed to recall something. Suddenly, he sneered, then dispersed the green light on his face and said indifferently, "If I'm not mistaken, it is strictly forbidden for cultivators to fight or use magic in Jinxie Market. Violators will be jointly hunted down by the 3 great Tao sects and the 4 great Buddhist sects behind the market. Are you planning to experience being hunted down for thousands of miles? Or do you think with the support of the Yin Luo sect, you can disregard the 3 sects and 4 Buddhist orders?" "Humph, Who dares to disregard the Tao and Buddhist sects? Wu Pai would like to see that. Just as Han Li finished speaking, an aggressive voice suddenly came from a distance. Then, two masses of golden and silver light flew out from a certain pavilion on the other side of the street, shooting straight towards them, and arrived in front of them in an instant. After circling around, the light revealed a monk and two men. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's friends from the Yin Luo sect. What is your sect planning to break the rules and fight in our jinxie market? The speaker, an unfriendly-sounding Taoist, had gray hair, a ruddy complexion, but a fiery look in his eyes. The other person was an ugly middle-aged monk with an upturned nose. Although he did not speak harshly, he also wore a displeased expression, coldly looking at the Yin Luo sect members. When his gaze swept over Han Li and the holy maiden of celestial Lan, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. In the Jin kingdom, unknown nascent soul cultivators are possible, but not many. A mid-nascent soul stage cultivator who is unknown is even rarer. Yet, the man and woman in front of him not only had mid-nascent soul cultivation, but also had unfamiliar faces, which made the monk secretly startled. Wu Pai, I just want to verify something with this friend. How is this any of your business? Ji Tianhao, recognizing the old Taoist, said coldly, It doesn't matter what you want to do. No one can break the rules in the market. If you really want to fight, please do so elsewhere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The old Taoist said grimly. Wu Pai, you can wait until we actually start fighting before you intervene. I've long wanted to experience the techniques of the true extreme sect. Ji Tianhao, angered, replied stiffly. No need to get angry, Taoist Ji. As long as you don't use magic power, we won't interfere. But you two seem unfamiliar. Could you tell us your names? The ugly monk said, glancing at Han Li and the holy maiden of celestial Lan. Tian Lan Lin Yinping, greetings to both of you. Actually, it's simple. I suspect this friend is a great enemy of our holy temple, so I'd like him to open his package and prove his identity. If he isn't who I think he is, I will apologize and not bother him further. The holy maiden of celestial Lan said, glancing at Han Li. What a joke. Who do you think Li is? Why should I prove my identity to you? Han Li said calmly, unfazed. If you don't want to, then you might be our temple's mortal enemy. As the holy maiden, I cannot let you leave just like that. Lin Yinping said coldly, a trace of killing intent in her eyes. The holy maiden of celestial Lan. Could it be the holy maiden from the plains? The old Taoist asked, his heart moved. Indeed, I hold the position of holy maiden in my tribe. Lin Yinping admitted. Your tribe's immortal master son is extremely talented. He reached the mid-nascent soul stage before 400 years old, and I've met him a few times. Is he still well? The old Taoist asked, his anger subsiding slightly. Immortal Master Su is doing well. He reached the late nascent soul stage decades ago and is now one of the 4 great immortal masters of our tribe. Lin Yinping replied, delighted at the apparent connection. Taoist Su reached the late stage, just as I expected. He might truly advance further. If so, my congratulations, the old Taoist said, amazed. Sensing danger, Han Li quickly thought things over. Should he really engage in a battle with so many nascent soul stage opponents, and then escape using his blood shadow escape technique? As he hesitated, the Grand Taoist's low voice suddenly transmitted through his divine sense, making Han Li's eyebrows twitch. After listening for a short while, he felt reassured. At that moment, after a few more exchanges about immortal Master Su, the old Taoist glanced at Han Li and hesitated before asking, "You seem quite formidable, friend. Could you tell us your background? Perhaps I can help mediate between you and these friends." The old Taoist said politely, not wanting to make an enemy of a mid-nascent soul cultivator, even a rogue one. Li hasn't heard of any rule requiring one to disclose their background upon entering Jinxie Market. If there is such a rule, I'll comply. If not, forgive me for not being interested in sharing, Han Li said mockingly. Hearing this, the old Taoist's face darkened, feeling annoyed. But before he could say more, the monk beside him quickly interjected. There is no such rule. Taoist Wu Pai was only trying to mediate out of goodwill. If you don't want to share, that's fine. However, if Taoist Lin and her friends block the market entrance and prevent you from leaving, that's beyond our jurisdiction. Facing 4 nascent soul cultivators alone might be problematic, the monk said with a smile, but his words carried a clear threat. Han Li sneered, but seeing the uncertain looks of Ji Tianhao and the holy maiden of celestial Lan, he realized they might actually do it for the ghost Luo banner and the sacred beast's incarnation. So he turned his gaze to Lin Yinping and said coldly, "If it's just to see what's in my package, that's fine. If I'm your enemy, I won't argue. But if you're mistaken and my package doesn't contain what you think, what then? Do you think an apology will make up for it?" "What do you mean? Are you threatening us?" Ji Tianhao said coldly, his tone fierce. "Laughable. If you wrongly accuse me and force me to reveal my package, how would you feel if I held a grudge? I might not have many skills, but I'm quite adept at escape techniques. Even if all 4 of you attacked, I have a 60–70% chance of escaping. Afterward, don't blame me for retaliating against your sects. I'm alone and have nothing to fear." Han Li laughed coldly, his words sinister. Hearing this, not only did Ji Tianhao and Lin Yinping's faces change, but even the monk and old Taoist exchanged worried glances. Judging by his tone, this person was not only a mid-nascent soul rogue cultivator, but also vindictive, a troublesome type that major sects usually avoid making enemies with. High-level cultivators like him, if disregarding status and attacking sect disciples indiscriminately, could cause significant harm. If he's truly adept at escape techniques, even late nascent soul cultivators might struggle to catch him. His ruthless retaliation would be disastrous for any sect. Hence, sects generally try to win over mid-nascent soul cultivators, or at least avoid provoking them. If they become unavoidable enemies, the sect would mobilize high-level cultivators to eliminate the threat swiftly. Ji Tianhao and the others were forceful only because of the ghost Luo banner. But if Han Li wasn't the thief, it would be problematic to have him as an enemy. Realizing this, Ji Tianhao looked at the holy maiden of celestial Lan. Lin Yinping frowned, realizing the issue. If he held a grudge and sought revenge on the grasslands, it would be troublesome. Why make this a big deal? We only want to see what's in your package. If we're mistaken, you can name a reasonable condition to compensate for our mistake. How about that? Lin Yinping said, batting her eyes and smiling sweetly. The holy maiden of the celestial Lan, not wanting to provoke a formidable adversary over a possible misunderstanding, offered a slight concession. A condition. Han Li's gaze flicked coldly over her, his face expressionless, giving no hint of his thoughts. If the Taoist friend is willing, I can also offer a sum of spirit stones as an apology for my mistake, Lin Yinping said, her chin slightly raised, her tone remarkably calm. Spirit stones? Forget it. Han Li sneered a few times and without another word, reached back and grabbed the package from his back. His sudden action startled the others nearby, drawing their gazes to what he held. Han Li didn't hesitate. He grabbed a corner of the package and gave it a shake. A clear ringing sound was heard, and a sheathed long knife, dazzling in its golden light, appeared on the ground. Though still sheathed, the brilliant spiritual light and innate resonance it emitted made it clear to anyone that this was an exceptionally rare treasure. No wonder the man was so angry at others trying to forcibly see what was in his package. Anyone would be upset if forced to display their prized possession. Lin Yinping's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw the long knife. She released her divine sense to examine the sheathed blade closely for a while, finally confirming that it was perfectly normal and not an illusion. Ji Tianhao and the other Yin Luo sect cultivators, realizing the package didn't contain what they had suspected, exchanged awkward glances. It seemed they had indeed made a big mistake. Fortunately, they hadn't clashed with Han Li, or they would have made an unnecessary enemy. Wu Pai and the ugly monk maintained solemn expressions, showing no signs of amusement, acting as if they were completely detached from the situation. It seems we truly misunderstood you, Taoist friend. The fault lies with me. If you have any conditions, I will do my best to satisfy you, the holy maiden of celestial Lan said, sighing with a fleeting look of disappointment before apologizing to Han Li. Spirit stones mean nothing to me. However, that jade pendant on Lin Taoist's waist looks quite unique. How about giving it to me? Han Li's eyes flickered over her before settling on the jade pendant at her waist, making an unexpected request. The jade pendant? Lin Yinping was clearly taken aback, hesitating before removing the delicate green butterfly-shaped jade pendant from her waist. She looked at it for a moment, her eyes filled with puzzlement. A jade pendant that she carried close to her body couldn't be an ordinary item. This butterfly-shaped pendant had a calming effect and was a relatively rare auxiliary magical tool. While precious to foundation establishment and core formation stage cultivators, its effect was negligible for a mid-nascent soul cultivator like her. She had kept it for its unusual charm and the length of time she had carried it. Now Han Li was asking for it. What could this mean? Lin Yinping gently held the small pendant between two fingers, showing a trace of reluctance. What's this, Lin Taoist? Are you reluctant to part with it? If so, we can choose something else. Perhaps the hairpin on your head. Han Li's eyes flickered as if ready to change his request. It's just a small magical tool, nothing to be reluctant about. It's only that I've had it for many years and I'm somewhat attached to it. Here, take it. Lin Yinping raised her eyebrows, made a quick decision, and threw the jade pendant to Han Li. Han Li caught the pendant, feeling its residual warmth, and nodded in satisfaction. With a flip of his hand, the pendant disappeared without a trace. He then reached for the golden long knife on the ground, which flew into his hand with a hum. A gray cloth shot out from his sleeve, wrapping the knife into a long package in the blink of an eye. Placing the package on his back, Han Li turned and walked toward the market entrance without another word. The others exchanged glances, surprised by Han Li's cold demeanor. As Han Li was about to leave, Lin Yinping seemed to remember something and quickly called out. We still don't know your name. Could you tell us? Li Feiyu, a rogue cultivator from overseas. Han Li replied without stopping, his tone indifferent as he gradually walked away. Li Feiyu, Brother Ji, have you ever heard of such a powerful cultivator from overseas? To remain so calm in the face of us all suggests he is quite formidable, Lin Yinping said, her eyes cold as she watched Han Li's retreating figure. Despite checking his package, she couldn't shake a lingering doubt. This puts me in a difficult position. Overseas cultivators, though part of the Jin Kingdom's cultivation world, are relatively independent and rarely venture inland. Their ranks include many powerful individuals. Unless you're from the overseas sects, it's hard to know all the hidden experts there. Of course, renowned figures like the three immortal sages are well-known exceptions, Ji Tianhao explained. Hearing this, the holy maiden of celestial land frowned, realizing further investigation was unlikely. She had to temporarily set aside her suspicions about this Li Feiyu. On the other side, Han Li quickly exited the market. His form blurred a few times, and he appeared on a nearby street, blending into the bustling crowd of mortals. Senior, who would have thought you could deceive so many nascent soul cultivators with just your divine sense? Even I didn't notice anything after your transformation. I'm deeply impressed, Han Li transmitted with a smile. This is nothing. Once you master the last 3 layers of the Great Development technique, you too can manipulate opponents with ease, especially if you're skilled in illusions. Defeating lower-level opponents would be effortless, the Great Development spirit said indifferently. Indeed, the first 4 layers of the Great Development technique are already so powerful. I can't imagine the strength of mastering it fully. Unfortunately, despite having the 4th layer's incantation, I haven't had the time to practice it properly, Han Li said, slightly frustrated. Your spiritual root might be lacking, but you seem to have a knack for the great development technique. Plus, you have the soul-nurturing wood to nourish your divine sense. Completing the technique might not take you much longer than it did me, the great development spirit reassured. Let's hope so, but I'm curious, why did you suggest I take something personal from the Holy Maiden? Han Li asked, puzzled. HMPH, do you think this Holy Maiden appeared in the Jinn Kingdom without a reason? She won't let you off easily, the great development spirit retorted. She must be here because I entered the Jinn Kingdom with the sacred beast incarnation and that strange little cauldron. She won't give up easily, but she's also allied with the Yin Luo sect, which could mean more trouble, Han Li sighed. Exactly. I once learned a method to create a sensing bead that can detect someone's presence within 100 miles using their aura. With this jade pendant, you'll be warned if she's nearby and can take precautions. Though it only lasts about a year, that should be enough while you're in the Jinn Kingdom, the great development spirit explained. I'm not doing this for you, but to ensure you can complete the puppet for me without mishap, the great development spirit replied coolly. Han Li smiled and said no more, changing direction into a nearby alley. After a few twists and turns, he arrived at a deserted, dilapidated courtyard. The area was eerily silent. Han Li stopped, his expression turning grim. Taoist friend, you've been following me for a while now. What do you want? Han Li turned around, staring coldly at a seemingly empty spot, his eyes flashing with cold light. Taoist Li, I'm impressed you saw through my ghost shadow escape. No need to worry. I mean no harm, came a voice. A flash of green light revealed a thin, cunning-looking old man with sparse whiskers on his chin, a nascent soul cultivator of the initial stage, looking at Han Li confidently. Following me all the way from the market, what do you want? Don't you know following others is a grave taboo? I could kill you right now, and no one would care, Han Li said coldly, a hint of killing intent in his voice. There's no need for hostility. I've come to propose a mutually beneficial deal, the old man replied with a calm smile. I have no interest. I never make deals with sneaky people, so let's skip it. To the old man's surprise, Han Li refused outright without even listening. The old man's face showed a moment of astonishment, but he quickly remembered something. His wrinkles relaxed, and he chuckled lightly. You're speaking too soon, my friend. It's best to listen first. It's not too late to decide after hearing what I have to say. Otherwise, you might be the one at a disadvantage. The old man's words carried a faint hint of threat. Something disadvantageous to me. Now that's a bit interesting. Let's hear it then. Han Li clasped his hands behind his back, a contemplative glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke. This is the wise thing to do, my friend. Let me show you something first, and then we can talk about the deal. The old man laughed, patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and immediately a ball of green light shot out from the bag. After circling once, it landed on the old man's head, revealing a fist-sized spirit beast. This spirit beast looked like a greatly enlarged snail, entirely green, with slowly swaying, slender, crystalline antennae, moving extremely sluggishly. A wriggling beast. What do you mean by showing me this beast? Are you planning to have it spray venom at me? Seeing the beast, Han Li's face darkened as he spoke. Why would I use such a low-level spirit beast to deal with you? To be honest, this beast of mine has undergone a small mutation, and its mutated ability happens to see through some illusions and deceptions. Just now, when you were confronting those people from the Yin Luo sect, I happened to attach a wisp of my spirit to this beast. You should understand what I mean. You turned that bamboo tube into a long sword, which might deceive others but not this beast's senses. The old man grabbed the wriggling beast from his head and held it up proudly. So what if that's true? What do you intend to do? Upon hearing that the wriggling beast was a mutated spirit beast with the ability to see through illusions, Han Li was startled, but his expression remained unchanged. Ha ha, why keep people at a distance? I mean no harm. If you gift me 3 or 4 treasures or a large amount of spirit stones, I will immediately forget what I saw and not trouble you. The old man's face finally revealed a greedy expression, making an exorbitant demand. You're extorting me. Han Li laughed instead of getting angry. What? Are you thinking of killing me? You'd better put that thought away. I'm also a rogue cultivator and not afraid of your threats. Since I dared to appear before you alone, I'm naturally well prepared. I have already sent a disciple to follow the people from the Yin Luo sect and that Tianlin saintess. If anything happens to me, my disciple will immediately reveal your transformation. Then you will be in big trouble. Also, this is Jinjiang City, where many high-level cultivators have gathered for the auction. Do you think you can kill me and get away with it in such a place? As soon as I shout, you won't be able to do anything. By then, my disciple will lead the people from the Yin Luo sect here, and with me holding you back, you won't be able to escape. You'll have no way out. Maybe 4 or 5 nascent soul cultivators can't kill you, but what about 7 or 8? As far as I know, the Yin Luo sect has more than a few nascent soul elders in Jinjiang. Do you still think you can escape from so many people? Paying some money to avoid disaster is the wise thing to do. The old man took 2 steps back, sneering, and at the same time raised his hand. A wooden shield flew out from his sleeve, forming a layer of yellow light that enveloped him completely, showing extreme caution. Han Li frowned, glanced at the light shield, and then his expression became indecisive. It seems that without giving you some benefits, there will indeed be some trouble. What kind of treasure do you want? After a while, Han Li's expression returned to normal, and he spoke calmly. That's more like it. I'm only after money and have no intention of fighting you to the death. I'm not picky. Any few ancient treasures will satisfy me. The old man was overjoyed at Han Li's words and quickly said. Seeing the old man's greed, Han Li's eyebrows twitched slightly. With a dark expression, he reached into his storage bag, and when he flipped his hand, a gold and silver ball of light appeared in his palm, with a faintly visible egg-sized sphere inside. A few ancient treasures. Your appetite is too big. I don't have other ancient treasures. This Yunxiao pearl I got by chance long ago is not very useful to me due to my cultivation method. Take it and leave. Don't be too greedy. Be careful not to burst yourself. Han Li said angrily, and with a flick of his wrist, the sphere shot towards the old man. The old man showed a pleased expression, but after a flash of hesitation, he did not directly reach out to catch the treasure. Instead, he threw the wriggling beast aside and waved his sleeve, sending a burst of black light to envelop the gold and silver sphere. After a moment, seeing nothing unusual, he cautiously drew the sphere through the light shield to himself. The patterns on this thing are quite unique. It indeed looks like no ordinary treasure. I wonder what its effect is. The old man, sensing through the wriggling beast that the sphere was not an illusion and had no signs of being a bound treasure, had most of his doubts dispelled. He reached out, grabbed the sphere, and examined it closely while mumbling. "You'd better try it yourself. I can guarantee it will surprise you," Han Li said nonchalantly, his hands folded. "That's true, but to think one ancient treasure is enough to deal with me. Don't you think that's a bit of a joke?" The old man, slightly excited, began infusing the sphere with his spiritual power while still greedily hopping to extort more benefits. Seeing this, Han Li's mouth curled up in a faint sneer. "Yes, it's a bit of a joke. How about this? I'll send you on your way." He suddenly spoke in an ice-cold voice. The old man was startled, but before he could react, his spiritual power suddenly surged uncontrollably into the sphere. With a light pop, the sphere exploded, revealing dozens of beetles, Han Li's remaining three-color devouring gold beetles. As soon as they appeared, they spread their wings and viciously swarmed at the old man. At such close range, the old man had no chance to dodge. As soon as he realized something was wrong, the beetles swarmed his face, biting ferociously. If not for his thick, protective spiritual light, he would have been disfigured in an instant. With so many fierce beetles biting his face, and unable to see, the old man, in his rage and fear, desperately tried to grab them off his face with black glowing hands. At the same time, he took a deep breath to let out a piercing scream to call for help. But at this moment, he heard a bone-chilling cold snort. Though the sound was not loud, as soon as it entered his ears, he felt a tearing pain in his mind. His body convulsed, and he involuntarily let out a scream, the intended piercing scream abruptly stopping. The old man was terrified, and just as he was about to desperately retreat into the air, the intense pain in his mind suddenly vanished, and the beetles on his face flew away. His vision restored, he saw a long golden sword wreathed in purple flames appear before him, slashing down. Ah, the old man let out a low, terrified shout. With no time to release his magical treasures or use escape techniques, he could only pour all his spiritual power into the light shield in front of him, hoping it would block the attack. In his shock and anger, he realized that this man, who claimed to be a rogue cultivator, had intended to kill him from the start, with no intention of resolving the matter with money. Furious and regretful, he hoped the yellow wooden shield, a rare defensive ancient treasure, would hold. In the instant of these thoughts, the light shield was cut in half by the golden sword, as if it were tofu. The sword continued its momentum, flashing brightly as it cut the old man's body in two. At the same time, a black inch-high baby, his nascent soul, appeared in the air, frozen in purple ice, unable to move. The golden sword swirled, slashing the wriggling beast into a bloody mist, and then hovered above the purple ice. With a thunderclap, arcs of golden lightning shot out, forming a thin net around the nascent soul. With continuous booming sounds, the purple ice and the nascent soul within it were vaporized into nothingness. Han Li's expression finally relaxed, but he moved quickly, grabbing the old man's storage bag, and then shot 2 fist-sized red fireballs from his sleeve, incinerating the old man's and the wriggling beast's bodies. Without hesitation, Han Li soared into the air, his figure flickering a few times before disappearing ghost-like. Just a quarter of an hour later, 5 streaks of colorful light appeared in the sky above, circling once before landing. 5 figures emerged: Lin Yinping, Ji Tianhao, and 2 others, along with an unfamiliar male youth, a Foundation establishment cultivator. Impossible. My master, though slightly inferior in cultivation, couldn't have had no chance to escape or call for help, the young man said, his face pale with disbelief. HMPH, what do you know? Even a nascent soul cultivator would have a hard time against someone who has killed his peers before. Your master was caught off guard by this person. It's no surprise he was killed. But what exactly did old Xiao tell you? Tell us everything honestly, Ji Tianhao snorted, his tone unfriendly. At this moment, Lin Yinping released her divine sense and quickly scanned the area. Suddenly, she moved to a spot 7 or 8 meters away, reaching down to pick something up from the ground. Her face turned grim. My master didn't say much. He only handed me his life-bound plate, instructing me to report to you immediately if it showed any abnormality or if he didn't return after a certain time, so that you could rescue him if he was in danger, the young man mumbled. No need to explain further. Your master is definitely in trouble. Is this item from your master's ancient treasure? Lin Yinping tossed an object to the young man. He caught it, and upon looking at it, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It was a small piece of yellow wood, faintly glowing with familiar spiritual light, part of old Xiao's wooden shield. This is from my master's wood QE shield. It's exceptionally sturdy with incredible defensive power. How could it have been destroyed? The young man's face grew even paler. Lin Dayu, it appears old Xiao is no longer among us. At first, I doubted your claims about this person's ability to kill peers, but now it seems this person is even more formidable than we thought. Although old Xiao was only a nascent soul early-stage cultivator, he was proficient in several extraordinary escape techniques. Yet, he couldn't even call for help before being killed. This shows that this person's abilities are comparable to those of a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. The few of us alone probably can't take him down. Ji Tianhao remarked gravely to the Tianlin saintess, ignoring the young man. What, brother, are you planning not to retrieve your sect's treasure? The ghost Luo banner is in this person's hands, and your sect's fourth elder most likely met his end at this person's hands as well, Lin Yinping said, frowning slightly. Heh, killing our Yin Luo sect's elder and seizing our sect's treasure. He wouldn't be spared even if he were a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. But this person seems to have a significant enmity with your Tianlin grassland as well. Otherwise, as a saintess, you wouldn't have stayed in our Jin dynasty for years just for him, Ji Tianhao replied with a dry laugh, implying something. As long as we can kill him, the Saint Hall will increase the originally agreed conditions by 20%. However, our Saint Hall must have the first pick of the treasures on him, Lin Yinping said with a smile. 30%. Capturing and killing such a powerful cultivator, we don't know how many people we might lose. As for the treasures, what we originally agreed upon with your hall stands, Ji Tianhao said without hesitation. Our hall can agree to that. Lin Yinping agreed after a slight hesitation. Very well. I believe you, as a saintess, wouldn't go back on your word. Junior brother who, send out the transmission talismans and gather all the elders and disciples of our sect in Jinjiang. We must search for this person thoroughly. Since he went to the market, he will likely attend the grand auction. This is our best chance to catch him, but everything must be done covertly to avoid attracting the attention of other sects. Low-level disciples should not engage with him. Elders should not act alone without gathering together. Capturing him by leading him into a formation and attacking together is the safest method. Ji Tianhao instructed another Yin Luo sect male cultivator. Should we inform sect master Fang as well? After all, it was his order that led to the fourth elder's demise, the male cultivator asked. Since the last incident with the ghost Luo banner only halfway repaired, and the fourth elder's mishap, Sect Master Fang has been under a lot of scrutiny from the Great Elder and others. He's currently in seclusion, crafting a powerful treasure. Even if he comes immediately, he won't make it in time for the auction. However, we can send a transmission talisman to him. If we fail, we can rely on his faction to deal with this person, Ji Tianhao decided after some thought. After some discussion, the group left the scene in their escape lights. To avoid alarming the mortals, they became invisible once they were high enough in the air. Though Jinjiang forbade cultivators from flying, major sects like the Yin Luo sect paid no heed to such rules. At the same time, Han Li was walking down a less crowded street about 20 miles away, using his divine sense to probe the little old man's storage bag. It contained a myriad of items, which took some time to sort through. Suddenly, Han Li's steps halted, a look of surprise appearing on his face. What is it? Found something. The voice of the great evolution deity sounded lazily. What is this? I don't think I've seen it before, Han Li murmured, flipping his hand to reveal a slender jade bottle about 6 or 7 inches tall, entirely emerald green and exquisitely made. He lightly stroked the bottle's neck with a finger, feeling a piercing cold through his fingertip. Han Li's face showed a hint of surprise. He lifted the small bottle, gently shaking it. He heard the sound of liquid inside. Could it be some kind of spiritual liquid? But the liquid inside seems odd. Even my divine sense can't penetrate it, Han Li mused, staring at the bottle. If you want to know, check it out later. This is a mortal street. Opening it here might cause trouble, the great evolution deity warned. Of course, I know that, Han Li replied, making the bottle disappear with a flick of his wrist. Han, now that your identity is exposed, you must be more careful in Jinjiang. The Yin Luo sect and the Tianlin saintess won't let you off easily. They probably anticipate you'll attend the auction, the deity continued. No problem. I don't believe there's another spirit beast in Jinjiang that can see through illusions. As long as I avoid the nascent soul late-stage cultivators, there shouldn't be much trouble. This auction is the only way to gather the materials I need, so we have to take the risk, Han Li replied, having already considered this. That makes sense. Since you're collecting materials for a puppet, if there's real danger, I'll use the great evolution techniques, soul-piercing strike, to help you, just like in the recent battle, the great evolution deity said calmly. An hour later, Han Li strolled leisurely back to the Taoist temple, chatting casually with the head priest before returning to his room. He set up several temporary arrays around the room, then took out the emerald green bottle again to examine it more closely. After a while, he lifted one hand and grabbed the bottle's cap. With a flash of spiritual light, he easily removed the cap. Immediately, a burst of cold light shot out from the bottle, and the room's temperature plummeted sharply. Despite Han Li's cultivation, which included training with the purple ice extreme fire, he couldn't help but shiver from the cold. Startled, Han Li enveloped himself in a layer of purple flames. The cold light was repelled by the flames, but the room quickly became covered in thick ice. Without the layers of restrictions he had set up, the cold would have seeped outside. It seemed this cold light, while not as powerful as the purple ice extreme fire, was nearly as cold as the Qianlin ice flame. What on earth is this? Han Li wondered, intrigued. He used his purple flame-covered hand to grab the small bottle again, gently shaking it to release another burst of cold light. Watching the cold light spread and make the room even colder, Han Li moved the bottle close to his face and peered inside. Blue light flashed in his eyes, and he saw a silvery glow amidst the hazy coldness inside the bottle. This looks like, pour out a drop into a jade dish and let me take a closer look. The great evolution deity's voice, unusually excited, instructed. Intrigued, Han Li immediately took out a palm-sized jade dish from his storage bag. With a slight shake of his wrist, a drop of silvery liquid fell from the bottle into the dish, producing a crisp sound and forming a tiny silver bead that rolled around continuously. To Han Li's surprise, the silver bead emitted no coldness, appearing quite ordinary. It's indeed true. This is cold marrow, a rare substance formed only in 10,000-year-old ice jade, the great evolution deity sighed. I've heard of 10,000-year-old ice jade, But what exactly is cold marrow? It seems very precious, Hanley asked, puzzled. Cold marrow is essentially a type of jade essence we often use for refining pills and artifacts. However, it only forms in 10,000-year-old ice jade, which is why it's so rare. If I recall correctly, the only known bottle of cold marrow was a treasured heirloom of the North Night Miner Extreme Palace in the northwest of the Jin dynasty. Aside from that, I've never heard of any other source. By the way, the snow crystal pearl you refined was made from 10,000-year-old ice jade, the Great Evolution deity explained. Is it that rare? Then this cold marrow must be incredibly valuable. What can it be used for? Hanley inquired, fascinated. It can be used in high-level alchemy and artifact refining. For someone like you who practices the purple ice extreme fire, it can greatly enhance your cultivation and strengthen your magical abilities. If you combine it with the right materials, you could create incredibly powerful artifacts or potions, the Great Evolution deity replied. This bottle of cold marrow is truly a treasure, Hanley thought, storing the bottle away carefully. He then began to focus on his preparations for the upcoming auction, where he hoped to gather the materials he needed despite the looming danger from the Yin Luo sect and the Tianlin saintess. Since it's so rare, there must be something special about it, right? Hanley asked, his eyes fixed on the silver bead in the jade plate, his gaze flickering. More than just a little special. This item is quite significant for us cultivators, often used as a top-tier auxiliary material for crafting artifacts and pills. However, if it falls into the hands of the demon race, they would risk their lives for it. This is an exceptional life-saving item for demonic beasts facing the tribulation of transformation, said the great heavenly Lord. The tribulation of transformation for the demon race. Despite being somewhat prepared, Hanley was still taken aback by these words. Indeed, there are countless high-level demonic beasts in the world, but only a handful can safely pass the 7th-level tribulation and achieve transformation. After all, the power of heavenly lightning inherently restrains most demonic beasts, making the tribulation akin to a death sentence. However, if a demonic beast consumes a drop of the silver bead formed from this frigid essence beforehand, it can significantly reduce the damage from the lightning for a certain period after refining it. Do you think this essence is precious to them or not? Although not many human cultivators know about it, the Northern Night Extreme Palace, due to their unique cold attribute cultivation techniques, is well aware of it. When I roamed the Great Jin, I once fought with a high-level cultivator from their palace and learned about it. Moreover, it's said that every 1,000 years or so, some high-level demonic beasts in the Great Jin secretly gather at the Northern Ice Island, where the Northern Night Extreme Palace is located, to fiercely attack the palace and force them to hand over some of this essence. Is that true? Hanley found it hard to believe. What's so strange about it? Without this essence, their chances of surviving the transformation tribulation are slim. Obtaining even a single drop greatly increases their success rate. Of course, every time this happens, the old monsters of the 10,000 Demon Valley lead the charge. Even if they fail, they don't suffer much loss. The Northern Night Extreme Palace, with its ancient grand formations, is no ordinary place. Located above the cold eye of the Tianyuan yin vein, the surrounding cold air is so bone-chilling that it can kill without a trace. Any demonic beast not trained in cold attribute techniques would have to use most of their spiritual power just to resist the cold, leaving them unable to fully fight the palace cultivators. So, although the demon cultivators charge aggressively, they have never truly conquered the northern ice island. But it's odd how that person who fell by your hand got this precious essence. Check if there's any special mark on the bottle, the great heavenly Lord explained, puzzled. A mark. There's a snowflake pattern on the bottom of this small bottle. Is that a mark? Hanley touched the bottom of the bottle, his expression changing. That's right, it's the mark of the northern ice island. This bottle of essence indeed came from the Northern Night Extreme Palace. But it's curious how it ended up in the hands of a mere nascent soul stage cultivator, casually placed in his storage bag, the great heavenly Lord mused. The world is full of strange occurrences. Perhaps it was stolen from the northern ice island, or a trader from the palace brought it out, and it coincidentally fell into that person's hands. These are all possible. But you said this essence is only an auxiliary material for us cultivators. If that's the case, why does the Northern Night Extreme Palace fight the demon beasts for it through the generations instead of just handing it over? Hanley pondered, frowning. Some knowledgeable cultivators in the Great Jinn have questioned this for a long time. But the palace's official stance is that they do it to curb the presence of 8th level and above demonic beasts, maintaining the stability of the Great Jinn's cultivation world. Otherwise, this small bottle of essence could spawn dozens of 8th level demonic beasts, disrupting the balance of power and causing great turmoil. However, this explanation is only to fool the common folk. When I fought a high-ranking cultivator from the palace, who was apparently a deputy palace master, I defeated him and used soul-searching techniques on him, inadvertently uncovering a secret about this essence, the great heavenly Lord said, pausing as if recalling something. A secret. Hanley's interest was piqued. Indeed, if it weren't for seeing this essence, I would have almost forgotten. Apart from being used in artifact and pill crafting, its main function is as the primary ingredient for the ancient secret medicine, return yang water, the great heavenly Lord said solemnly. Return yang water, the legendary elixir that can regenerate flesh and heal any injury. Hanley gasped in shock. Exactly. It's said that no matter how severe the physical damage, even if one's body is shattered, as long as this elixir is applied to the wound, it can instantly restore it. Some texts even claim it has the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. While these are just rumors, it is universally acknowledged that the return yang water can significantly extend a cultivator's lifespan by a quarter. You understand what this means, don't you? The great heavenly Lord stated calmly. It means that late core formation stage cultivators could have a chance to advance to the nascent soul stage, and late nascent soul stage grand cultivators could potentially reach the spirit transformation stage, Hanley muttered, exhaling deeply. Of course, this essence is only one of the primary ingredients for the return yang water. To truly concoct this elixir, other ingredients are necessary, but more importantly, the solar essence fire found deep within 1,000-foot lava is indispensable. Only with this fire can the essence be properly refined to balance the yin and yang, making the return yang water. Otherwise, the essence would be wasted, the great heavenly Lord said meaningfully. The solar essence fire, where would I find that? Not to mention how long an ordinary cultivator can last in 1,000-foot lava, the chances of forming this fire within the lava are minuscule. Even if it forms, it moves like a spirit, vanishing without a trace. How could it be captured? And even with the fire, without the recipe for return yang water, it's pointless, Han Li said wryly. The great heavenly Lord fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, I can't help with the solar essence fire, but I do have the recipe. Have you forgotten the deputy palace master from the Northern Night Extreme Palace I killed? His memories included the recipe, which I found interesting and memorized. If you genuinely want to make this elixir, I can provide it. You have the recipe? That's fantastic. I'll keep it just in case it might come in handy someday, Han Li exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. With return yang water, his chances of advancing to the spirit transformation stage would increase significantly. That solar essence fire is beyond the reach of cultivators in our realm. I advise you not to pin too much hope on it. Otherwise, why else would the grand cultivators of the Northern Night Extreme Palace, holding this recipe and the essence for so many years, never succeed in making the elixir? The great heavenly Lord said calmly, then without waiting for Han Li to respond, a light yellow jade slip flew out of the bamboo tube. He had copied the return yang water recipe in such a short time. Since your snow crystal orb is made of 10,000-year-old profound jade, adding a few drops of this essence could greatly enhance its power and spirituality. Don't forget that, the great heavenly Lord reminded, then fell silent, having said enough for one day. Han Li raised an eyebrow. Even without the reminder, he would have done so. However, Han Li was curious about one thing. Given the terrifying cold emitted by this essence, he wondered if his purple extreme fire could absorb and integrate it, thereby enhancing its power. Thinking this, Han Li poured the silver bead back into the small bottle and unceremoniously opened his 5 fingers. Instantly, a cluster of purple flames appeared in his hand. With a flip of his hand, the purple fireball turned into a small, delicate light screen, sealing the bottle's mouth. Then, with a muttered incantation, the purple flames on the light screen began spinning, faster and faster. Moments later, a wisp of silver cold air emerged from the bottle, dazzlingly beautiful. With a low shout, Han Li cast a cyan incantation into the light screen. The light screen trembled and reformed into a fist-sized fireball, trapping the wisp of cold air tightly inside. Han Li capped the bottle and beckoned the fireball toward himself. It flew into his mouth, and he sat down cross-legged, eyes closed. Within his dantian, his 2-inch nascent soul opened its clear eyes. In front of it, the purple fireball slowly spun, with a point of silver light flickering inside. The nascent soul blinked, then formed incantations with its small hands, its body glowing green. The purple fireball blazed up, and the silver light inside turned into a silver flame, intertwining with the purple fire. Meanwhile, Han Li's physical body remained motionless, fully entering a state of meditation. Han Li stayed in the room for a day and a night. Although the Taoist master was a mortal, he knew some matters regarding cultivators due to his association with the Taoist sect. He vaguely guessed Han Li's identity and thus did not disturb him during this period. When Han Li finally opened his eyes in the room, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. The cold aura in the cold marrow can't be integrated with the purple luo extreme fire at all. It seems that this item can only be used as a material now. I should use it to refine the snow crystal bead again. Han Li murmured helplessly. As soon as he opened his mouth, with a poo sound, a translucent round bead sprayed out from his mouth and floated several feet in front of him. Looking at the object in front of him, Han Li raised his hand, and the small bottle containing the cold marrow appeared in his palm. His fingers brushed past the bottle cap, which flew open on its own. His other hand immediately slapped the bottom of the bottle, causing a silver droplet to fly out and disappear into the snow crystal bead. Without saying a word, Han Li formed hand seals with both hands and then opened his mouth again. A strand of green infant flame shot out from his mouth and instantly enveloped the round bead, burning rapidly. Watching the bead burning in the flame calmly, Han Li closed his eyes again and thought that it wouldn't take much time to refine the bead. It would be enough to refine the snow crystal bead before the grand auction. Thinking like this in his heart, he manipulated the infant flame with his divine sense, condensing the treasure in front of him little by little. At the same time, in a magnificent mansion in the northern part of the imperial city of Jingjing, a young man in a thin blue shirt stood in a stone pavilion with his hands behind his back, enjoying the exotic flowers and plants outside the pavilion with a pleasant expression on his face. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed, and he turned his face abruptly, revealing his true appearance. His facial features were surprisingly similar to Han Li's, except for a pair of emotionless, icy eyes. At this moment, footsteps could be heard at the entrance of the garden not far away. Soon, an old man in a black crown and brocade robe appeared there. When he looked up, he happened to meet the bright eyes of the young man. He couldn't help but shiver and feel a chill in his heart. Fortunately, the cold light in the young man's eyes subsided immediately, and he immediately became ordinary again, saying lightly, "I wonder who it is." It turns out to be Taoist Uni. Taoist Uni, are you here to find Han? Han Elder, recently our spies in several markets, sent a message that Elder Han might be interested in. The old man in the black crown chuckled dryly and approached. A message? You know I'm not interested in external affairs, nor am I responsible for any specific matters. If Taoist Uni has something to ask me to do, Just let Elder Yi tell me." The young man turned his head again, staring at the flowers and trees in front of the stone pavilion with indifference. If it's other things, Brother Uni naturally won't disturb Han Elder's seclusion. But this message is related to Taoist Uni. The old man didn't mind the young man's distant attitude and said meaningfully, "Related to me? Could it be that you found that person?" The young man was startled, narrowed his eyes, and said with a cold face, "Yes, we do have news of that person. It is said that some cultivators from the Gui Luo sect suddenly appeared in several markets in the capital city, quietly searching for this person. This is the portrait they circulated, which should be the same person Elder Han mentioned. However, Elder Han needs to see it with his own eyes." The old man raised his hand, and a white jade slip flew out from his sleeve. The young man reached out with a dark expression and sucked the jade slip into his hand. His divine sense immediately immersed himself in it and carefully scanned it. "Yes, it's him, no mistake. Is there any news about why the Gui Luo sect is looking for him?" The young man's facial muscles twitched, and after quickly withdrawing his divine sense, he calmly asked, "We don't have that information yet, but all the nascent soul-level elders of the Gui Luo sect in the capital city have suddenly gathered together. I don't know if it's related to this person. Elder Han, you mentioned that this person with the same name as you is a great enemy of yours, and asked the clan to help you find him. Therefore, the second elder has already decided that this person should be handed over to Elder Han. As long as this person does not disrupt the normal proceedings of the grand auction, this is acceptable. After all, the Yi family also has several things that must be acquired at the auction. Elder Yi does not want any accidents," the old man said calmly. "HMPH, as long as accurate information about this person is available, I will make him disappear from this world. However, I wonder how many demonic artifacts the clan has collected for me. I will join the imperial family and be at the disposal of your Yi family, but this is the condition." Han Elder snorted. "You can rest assured, Elder Han. We have already been paying attention to the whereabouts of these artifacts around the world. Haven't we already helped Taoist Uni find one before? As for the other demonic artifacts, it will be more troublesome to obtain, and it will take some time." The old man explained calmly, "I don't care how you help me find these artifacts, but I have served the Yi family for 20 years. After 20 years, I must see those promised artifacts in Han's hands." Han Elder pursed his lips and said coldly, "Naturally, since the Yi family promised Elder Han, we will never go back on our word. Elder Han, please rest assured. As soon as there is accurate information about that person, I will inform Taoist Uni immediately." The old man smiled politely and finally took his leave. After watching the old man's figure disappear from the garden gate, the young man sneered. Then, remembering something, he lightly shook his sleeve, and a small sword shimmering with golden light suddenly appeared in his hand. The entire body of the small sword was entangled with several black threads, but it still bounced around spiritedly, as if trying to break free. However, these black threads were inexplicable, adhering tightly to the sword, firmly binding it. The young man frowned, suddenly opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of black blood, splashing the golden sword all over his body. The golden sword immediately let out a mournful cry, and its spiritual light dimmed, but it continued to whimper stubbornly. Such trouble. A flying sword from the mortal world is so difficult to erase its spirituality. If it weren't for the fact that I saw this sword was made of golden thunder bamboo, why would I spend so much effort? The young man muttered a few words and showed a trace of impatience on his face. However, since your master has arrived in Jingjing, this is a rare opportunity. As long as I kill him, not only can I avenge the slaughter of my main soul and prevent me from fully recovering my cultivation, but the flying sword will immediately become ownerless and easy to control. The young man said, and a hint of black and purple light flashed in his pupils. His whole person suddenly became eerie and ghostly. At the same time, in another secluded corner of the mansion, in a loft, two men and a woman were sitting around a round table, discussing something. One of them was the old man in the black crown, who had just returned from the young man. The other man was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and a jade belt around his waist. The woman turned out to be the beautiful woman who had appeared in the Qingyuan Taoist temple before. At this moment, she looked solemn and listened to the old man's narration of his conversation with the young man. So Elder Han agreed readily. The middle-aged man with a square face finished listening to the old man's words and said thoughtfully, "Yes, moreover, when Elder Han heard the news of this namesake person, although he did not show excessive excitement, the killing intent in his eyes was definitely genuine. It seems that what he said about having a deep feud with that person should be true. The old man said so. But these two people not only have the same name, but their appearance is so similar. Moreover, this Han Li, who mixed into our imperial family cultivator's residence in the Qingyuan Taoist temple not long ago, I don't know what his purpose is. Is it directed at our Yi family? Now, he is being secretly investigated by the Gui Luo sect cultivators with such seriousness. I always feel uneasy. The beautiful woman raised her eyebrows and said, "There must be something we don't know inside. But why should we bother with so much? As long as Elder Han is not an undercover agent sent by Buddhist or Taoist sects, and can fully assist the Yi family in achieving great things, we should not scrutinize every detail. This Han elder not only has considerable cultivation strength, but also knows a lot about some ancient secrets. He is an indispensable aid for our expedition in a few years. Before that, we must fully capture this person's loyalty. In addition, we must be more vigilant about the person with the same name as Han Elder. If we can't be sure whether this person is targeting our Yi family, then we can only give up. At the same time, we must inform Elder Yi that the matter is related to Han Elder and let him think about what to do." The old man suggested thoughtfully. "Understood." The middle-aged man nodded, saying with respect, "But to be honest, it's just that I have met Han Li a few times, and I really feel the same. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's hard to say. Besides, even if Han Li is really directed at our Yi family, I don't know how to fight against him with the strength of our Yi family, with the strength of the peak cultivators of the third heavens in the transcendence stage. Don't even think about it. It's still a master of the nascent soul stage. The beautiful woman squinted. Therefore, it is difficult for the three of us to completely draw the line. When the time comes, we should be cautious. In case there are any accidents, we will definitely take care of them. The problem lies in the hands of Elder Han. If he is really dedicated to the Yi family, everything will be a success. After all, he is the most powerful person in the middle of our family. The old man said softly. Yes, there is no need to worry. I will take the trouble to talk to Elder Yi about this. The middle-aged man nodded. Good, then I won't bother you, Elder Han, the king. Take care of your body. I won't bother you with anything. I won't bother you in the meantime. I will leave first. Elder Han has a great good son, this. Alas, it's too bad that he's no longer with us, the old man said with a sigh. Uncle, rest assured, this auction has been arranged seamlessly. All the bidding cultivators are inconspicuous freelancers we've long since bought off. They appear completely unrelated to our Yi family on the surface. Moreover, after the first-class auction ends, these people will be silenced immediately, ensuring not a whisper leaks out. But what about His Majesty? Why did the Tei sect and the demon sect suddenly send Xuanqing and Camille, two old monsters, to the palace? Could they have heard something? The beautiful woman hesitated, voicing her concerns. Upon hearing this, the old man in a dark robe also showed a worried expression. Don't worry, elder brother has already probed their intentions. They came for the Pingshan seal related to the three emperors. Now that the seal is about to be completed, they know from the faint rumors we deliberately leaked that we are refining a certain treasure. Hence, this pressure from them, requesting us to sell this treasure to their two factions. It's actually beneficial. With this bait out in the open, my true plans won't attract their attention. But just to be safe, all the elders who know the plan are traveling in pairs recently. We can't afford any mistakes, especially against those two old monsters. Particularly the true person Camille from the demon sect is adept at various bewitching arts. Even if a Yuan-Wying stage cultivator is caught off guard, they would involuntarily divulge everything. The middle-aged man with a square face spoke solemnly. I see, that's reassuring. But the Pingshan seal was painstakingly refined by us. Is it right to simply sell it cheaply to these two? The old man in the black hat lamented. Sell it cheaply? How could that be possible? If only one faction came knocking, we might not withstand the pressure and would have to accept it reluctantly. But now that it's two factions together, there's room to maneuver in murky waters. Elder brother has a plan. Even if we can't keep the Pingshan seal, it won't fall into their hands so easily for them to turn against us. The middle-aged man smirked with a hint of mockery. The old man and the beautiful woman glanced at each other, puzzled, but wisely chose not to pursue further questions. After chatting for a while longer, the three parted ways, each going about their business. Days passed quickly, and it was soon time for the grand auction. During this period, although the Yinluo sect searched everywhere for Han Li's whereabouts, other markets, inns, and gathering places of cultivators near Jiang City, Hanli focused solely on cultivating the snow crystal orb at the Taoist temple, never venturing out. Naturally, their efforts yielded no results. Early on this day, Hanli changed his appearance into that of a burly man with a dark face. He transformed the bamboo tube on his back into a long sword and left the temple, heading straight for the Jinxie market. Along the way, he restrained his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage to avoid attracting too much attention. As expected, the closer he got to the Jinxie market, the more high-level cultivator auras he sensed around him. Mostly at the foundation establishment stage, but there were also quite a few core formation stage cultivators. As for low-level cultivators, they were scarce. It seemed that cultivators with some wealth were unwilling to miss this grand auction. When Hanli crossed the restriction and entered the market, he immediately noticed several gloomy-faced, black-robed cultivators scanning the people entering the market. Among them was Ji Tianhao. However, Tianlin Holy Maiden, for some reason, did not appear here. Hanli frowned slightly, but pretended not to notice the Yinluo sect cultivators, casually walking towards the main hall without glancing at them. But just as he took a few steps, a faint spiritual sense swept over him, then circled around without gaining any insight, and left to approach another core formation cultivator who had just appeared. This action of scanning cultivators entering the market with spiritual sense wasn't directed at every cultivator entering the market. It was only aimed at those whose faces were unfamiliar or who seemed suspicious, like freelance cultivators or those with dubious identities. Cultivators from other sects and factions completely ignored such scrutiny. This covert scanning method was relatively unnoticed by foundation establishment cultivators, but several nascent soul-level freelancers who encountered it upon entering the market were naturally furious, giving the Yinluo sect cultivators cold glances. Fortunately, these Yinluo sect cultivators had no intention of stirring up trouble. After their spiritual scan, they took no further action. Although these high-level freelancers were dissatisfied, they wouldn't provoke a major demonic sect like the Yinluo sect over such a matter. Like Hanli, they reluctantly left. Elder Ji, I heard this person is skilled in disguise and illusion techniques. Our standing guard here seems to be of no use, a new triangular-eyed old man said to Ji Tianhao, watching with dissatisfaction as they had no results. I asked you all to do this just to startle the snake in the grass. I didn't expect to immediately find this person using this method. This person has considerable skills. We have no good way to reveal his true form. But by acting aggressively, this person might panic and expose himself. Even if he keeps calm and shows no flaws, there's no need for concern. The hidden guard and the demon sect have some rapport. Lin Daozi has already gone to borrow the Miao Yin mirror from the demon sect's true person Cameo, currently focusing on its refining in his residence. In 2 to 3 days, when this mirror breaks through, there will be no place for this person to hide. We can swiftly capture him, Ji Tianhao said, looking at the sinister old man with a faint smile. I see. I knew that Elder G is unparalleled in our sect and wouldn't waste time on something useless. If that's the case, we won't need the sect master and the others to rush over. With us, we can capture this person and make a great contribution to the sect. The triangular-eyed old man's eyes brightened with excitement. Let's hope so. Ji Tianhao dryly chuckled and glanced towards the direction of the Pavilion of Radiance. The person they were dealing with this time seemed like quite a formidable character. Even the former senior elders in the Midyuan Wying stage of our sect were likely killed by him. It wouldn't be so easy to catch him. Unexpected events might occur, so it's better to be careful. Ji Tianhao thought silently to himself, his face growing darker. At this moment, Han Li stood before the enormous stone hall he had seen before. At this moment, this pavilion of radiance was entirely enveloped by a 5-colored light curtain, appearing exceptionally mysterious. What surprised Han Li was that above the pavilion of radiance, there was another single-story hall built of white stone. Although it was slightly smaller, it occupied about a third of the lower stone hall's size. Still, it was several hundred feet wide, floating in the air like a massive object. In front of Han Li, a Foundation establishment disciple in a yellow shirt respectfully explained something. Han Li no longer concealed his Yuan Wying stage aura. The cultivator serving as host at the auction hall seemed to see Han Li as somewhat indifferent, but didn't dare show any impatience. At the entrance to the hall, there were also other similarly dressed cultivators, equally welcoming high-level core formation cultivators. However, Foundation establishment cultivators could only walk to a stone tablet in front of the main hall's door and read the writing on it themselves. Elder, the auction for Yuan Wying level cultivators is now held in the 9 Heavens Hall above. The auction for core formation cultivators is still held in the Pavilion of Radiance. In addition, each person entering the Yuan Wying level auction must pay 1,000 spirit stones, and each person entering the core formation auction must pay 100 spirit stones. We haven't said anything wrong. After a while, Han Li withdrew his gaze and swept it over the host with a slight frown. Senior is insightful. That's exactly right. Compared to previous years, there are even more cultivators participating in the auction this time. Therefore, we had to urgently borrow this 9 Heavens Hall from the Celestial Gaze Pavilion. The payment of these spirit stones is the same as the usual rules. It's mainly to prevent the auction from becoming too crowded, so we had to use this method to control the number of people attending. But for seniors of your standing, these spirit stones are naturally not worth mentioning. Otherwise, if anyone could enter the hall at will, even with 10 times the space, it would still be impossible to accommodate everyone. The cultivator in the yellow shirt smiled apologetically. 1,000 spirit stones. You guys are really making a killing with these spirit stones. But as you said, as long as I can bid on something satisfactory, these spirit stones won't matter to me. I'm not interested in the core formation auction. I want to participate in the Yuan Wying level auction. Hanley reached out and threw 10 middle-grade spirit stones into the arms of the cultivator in the yellow shirt. "Elder, please come in. The unwind auction will start in the morning. With this token, you can participate in the unwind auction for the next few days." The cultivator in the yellow shirt was even more smiling when he received the spirit stones, pulling out a numbered jade plaque from his sleeve and handed it to Hanley. Hanley reached out to take the jade plaque. Without hesitation, he infused some spiritual power into it and waved it towards the front, then heading in. 2 hours later, hundreds of nascent soul stage cultivators had flown into the 9 Heavens pavilion in midair, one after another. After 3 resounding bell chimes, the grand auction officially commenced. Hanley sat in a secluded corner of the grand hall, coldly observing the area more than 100 feet away in front of him. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood there, holding a pale yellow crystal, giving a simple introduction. Turmeric crystal, produced in the western desert of southern Jiang, can only be found in sands deeper than 1,000 feet. It has an extremely hard texture and can absorb large amounts of earth-attributed spiritual energy, making it an excellent material for refining earth attribute treasures. Starting bid is 8,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 1,000 each time. The auctioneer, a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, explained calmly without any exaggeration. This was quite normal. With hundreds of nascent soul stage cultivators staring at him, even a slight pressure could overwhelm a lower-level cultivator, rendering them unable to speak. Hanley carefully sensed that this auctioneer was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage cultivation. Without any late-nascent soul stage cultivators present, he was the highest-ranked cultivator in the hall. Hence, he could maintain order without anyone daring to cause trouble. Despite turmeric crystal being a good material for earth attribute treasures, there were few enthusiastic bidders. Only a few bids were made before an unnamed cultivator secured it for 12,000 spirit stones. The auction for other items proceeded similarly tepidly. Hanley watched everything calmly from his seat, unsurprised. The auction would last for several days, and the items on the first day were naturally not the best. While these materials were rare relative to ordinary nascent soul cultivators, those with time could gather similar items outside the auction. Therefore, except for those in genuine need, few would compete for these items now. However, as the day progressed, a few valuable items would appear to maintain interest for the next day. With these thoughts, Hanley's attention was no longer on the auction. He lazily observed the many nascent soul cultivators in the hall, representing various forces of different sizes within Great Jin, both righteous and demonic. Most notable among them were 3 monks seated in the middle of the hall. One was emaciated, another corpulent, and the last had a kindly appearance with long, snow-white eyebrows. All 3 wore gray monk robes, exhibiting an air of esteemed monks with lowered heads. This was Hanley's first encounter with high-level Buddhist cultivators. Naturally, he took a longer glance, but when the eldest-looking monk sitting in the middle sensed him, Although his gaze was calm and warm, Han Li couldn't help but feel a chill. Such keen spiritual awareness from the old monk indicated that the Buddhists in Great Jin were indeed formidable, alongside Taoist and demonic sects. To avoid unnecessary enmity, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense immediately and maintained an indifferent expression. After a brief glance, the old monk resumed his previous demeanor. Apart from these monks, there were also many other peculiar-looking cultivators in the hall. Han Li quietly compared the intelligence he had gathered on various factions in Great Jin, trying to memorize as much as possible. It might come in handy someday. As item after item was auctioned off, time passed gradually. As Han Li had expected, as they neared the later part of the day, rare treasures began to appear, stirring the previously calm atmosphere. Several valuable items saw fierce competition and fetched astonishing prices, heating up the atmosphere. After all, most nascent soul cultivators were willing to spend more spirit stones to obtain what they needed rather than risk the uncertain and time-consuming task of finding such items themselves. A piece of Majin, weighing 3 pounds and 4 ounces, a rare refining material. Starting bid is 30,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 2,000, the middle-aged auctioneer said, holding up a jade tray with a strange metal that looked black as ink, yet shimmered with golden light. Han Li, who had been smiling all along, suddenly tensed upon hearing this. His eyes flashed with surprise. To find the material he needed so quickly was unexpected. Majin was something he had been searching for a long time, but couldn't acquire. 36,000. 40,000. 45,000 spirit stones. The reputation of Majin was substantial, attracting knowledgeable bidders. Before Han Li could bid, several high bids were already made in succession. Frowning slightly, Han Li decided not to rush his bid. If the item was truly necessary, he would wait until the bidding peaked. When an unknown cultivator shouted a high bid of 60,000 spirit stones for Majin, the other contenders abruptly fell silent. 65,000. Han Li calmly pointed at his jade card, and with a flicker of spiritual light, he announced his bid. 67,000 spirit stones. The other bidder hesitated for a moment before topping Han Li's bid. 70,000. Han Li's voice remained emotionless. This time, the other bidder fell silent. Majin was indeed rare, but reaching 70,000 spirit stones was quite high, causing him to give up decisively. Seeing this, Han Li smiled faintly. The middle-aged auctioneer, satisfied with such a high price, repeated it twice as per custom. Just as he was about to confirm the auction, another cold voice interrupted. 75,000. Both Han Li and the auctioneer were stunned, and so were the other cultivators in the auction hall. 80,000. Han Li promptly responded without hesitation. This bidder seemed equally determined to acquire the item. 82,000. The bidder calmly raised the bid again. Like Han Li, he seemed resolute in obtaining Majin. This time, not only Han Li but also the other cultivators couldn't help but glance at him. In the direction where everyone's gaze landed, a cultivator enveloped in a faint black mist sat quietly. His features were indiscernible, but his attire suggested he was an elderly man. Curious about this turn of events, Han Li maintained a vigilant watch on the elderly man, ignoring the other cultivators' reactions. The elderly man, upon hearing such a high bid, was clearly surprised. If possible, he would have bid higher to compete with Han Li for Majin. However, he had learned that another crucial material would appear next. If he spent too many spirit stones now, he might not secure the second material. Hence, he reluctantly chose not to bid further. Thus, Majin eventually fell into Han Li's hands. However, this drew attention from those with ulterior motives. Fortunately, Han Li appeared unremarkable, sitting with his eyes closed as if disinterested in anything else after obtaining Majin. On the other hand, the elderly man later outbid a large group of interested cultivators for another rare material called Li Fire Sand, spending over 200,000 spirit stones. Such generosity naturally attracted more attention. While not the biggest spender at the auction, the elderly man's willingness to pay so much for a refining material worth more than 200,000 spirit stones sparked considerable speculation. After the auction ended, Han Li mingled with other cultivators and left the venue. At the exit of the marketplace, several Yin Luo sect cultivators who had been tailing him were nowhere to be seen, having apparently given up. Han Li chuckled lightly, unperturbed, and left the marketplace for his residence. Unknown to Han Li, the elderly man cloaked in black mist had quietly appeared in an inconspicuous house in a certain part of Jinjing. Inside, an elderly man with a black crown from the Yi clan was waiting for him. Upon seeing the elderly man, the auction participant handed over the bag containing Li Fire Sand without a word. I heard about Majin. He, Brother Uni, you've been too generous this time. I'm afraid I couldn't have controlled myself with so many spirit stones. This was an unexpected expense. I had enough spirit stones prepared in advance. I've heard about the underground trade in Majin, so I'll attend that in a few days, the elderly Taoist Gao replied with a dry chuckle. I trust you to handle it, Taoist Gao. Here are the spirit pills I've prepared for you. After this matter is settled, the number of spirit pills will double, Uni said with satisfaction, nodding as he took out a jade box from his storage bag and handed it over. Very well. With your trust, I'll do my best in the next few days, Taoist Gao said happily, checking the spirit pills in the box. Then he accepted a storage bag filled with spirit stones and a jade slip detailing the materials to bid for the next day. He bid farewell and left. As soon as the elder with the black crown saw the figure vanish from the room, the smile on his face disappeared abruptly, replaced by a gloomy expression. Later in the evening, the elder encountered two other Foundation establishment cultivators in the same room. After they submitted some materials and received their rewards, they departed happily. Meanwhile, Han Li continued to attend the grand auction at the Nine Heavens Hall punctually every morning in the following days. Since he had made gains on the first day, Han Li naturally harbored high hopes for the auctions to come. However, to his disappointment, he did not acquire anything in the following days. Just as the wealthy elder who exchanged for the scarlet essence grass had mentioned, aside from over 10 items auctioned off daily, the rare grade materials Han Li desired were scarcely seen. Even the final items up for auction were mostly finished magical treasures. It seemed that acquiring ink gold on the first day was indeed a stroke of luck. During this period, Han Li did not idle outside the auction either. Through various means, he managed to gather some information about the underground auction. According to the gathered intelligence, the underground trades during the first few days were similar to the grand auction, predominantly catering to the needs of the demonic path with mostly ordinary items and few exceptionally rare ones. However, on the final day, there would be an exchange specifically for nascent soul cultivators, where numerous rare materials that he currently lacked might be obtained. Nevertheless, this exchange was not easily accessible to just anyone. It seemed that only cultivators related to the demonic path or those recommended by relevant individuals could participate. With this understanding, Han Li relaxed a bit and temporarily put the matter aside, focusing only on attending the Nine Heavens Hall auctions punctually every day. Several days later, on the final day of the auction, Han Li unexpectedly found a needed material and, with great excitement, spent over 100,000 spirit stones to acquire it. Before long, the public grand auction finally concluded. Countless cultivators streamed out of the auction venue. Han Li blended in among them as they descended to the ground, but instead of leaving the market directly, he headed straight for the Celestial Engine Pavilion. Little did Han Li know, this action coincidentally spared him from a temporary danger. Because several elders from the Yin Luo sect, who had disappeared from the entrance of the market a few days earlier, suddenly reappeared. Moreover, they were joined by a woman shrouded in a light veil, the Holy Maiden Tianlin. At this moment, the Holy Maiden was playing with a sparkling silver mirror in her jade-like hands, occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the market through the mirror. Her clear eyes furrowed slightly. As time passed, the silver light of the mirror flickered more intensely, yet the Holy Maiden remained silent throughout. The faces of Gao Tianhao and others beside her gradually darkened, their expressions turning somewhat unpleasant. We haven't found him. Although several cultivators entering and leaving the market have disguised their true appearance with illusion techniques, none of them are the person we're looking for. Could it be that he didn't participate in the grand auction after all? If so, these past few days would have been in vain. Lin Yinping sighed after a long silence, hesitatingly speaking. Impossible. Among the high-level cultivators who recently arrived in Jingjing, how many would miss such a grand auction? Moreover, Miss Lin, you saw it with your own eyes. The person lingered in front of the Pinglai pavilion for a while before leaving, clearly attaching great importance to this auction, Gao Tianhao said slowly. Hearing this, Lin Yinping nodded casually, but the contemplative look on her jade-like face remained. Could it be that the miraculous sound mirror is not as mysterious as the rumors suggest? Or perhaps the refining time was too short, and Miss Lin has not yet fully tapped into its power to trace the person's whereabouts. One of the triangular-eyed elders from the Yin Luo sect suddenly suggested. This is unlikely. The miraculous sound mirror is one of the 7 wonders of 7 marvels, an artifact that has long been renowned in the cultivation world. As for the refining issue, ancient artifacts generally do not require extensive refining. It's just that this mirror is somewhat special. If it weren't properly refined, those cultivators who used secret techniques would not have been exposed by me using this artifact. Lin Yinping shook her head, explaining with her lips slightly apart. In this case, either this person's secret technique is still on the miraculous sound mirror, preventing it from being found, or this person is still in the market, or has used other means to escape from elsewhere, Gao Tianhao said thoughtfully as he narrowed his eyes a few times. As the elder with triangular eyes struggled with doubts while searching for Han Li without success, Han Li had already encountered Elder Wang once again in the Celestial Engine Pavilion. At this moment, he had reverted to his original appearance. Elder Wang was somewhat aware of Han Li's meeting with the wealthy elder in the Celestial Engine Pavilion, so he warmly ushered Han Li into a VIP room and personally kept him company. After chatting for a while, Han Li and Elder Wang naturally exchanged some insights and experiences in cultivation. Before long, they both seemed to have gained some insights. Just as their discussion was getting more animated, the wealthy elder arrived as scheduled at the Celestial Engine Pavilion. Seeing this scene, he didn't hesitate to join the conversation. The 3 of them engaged in this exchange for almost half a day. By the time dusk approached, they exchanged smiles, each having gained something valuable from the conversation. Afterwards, the wealthy elder and Han Li didn't linger at the Celestial Engine Pavilion for long. They bid farewell and left the pavilion. Once they stepped out of the pavilion, Han Li's face blurred momentarily, transforming into the appearance of another unfamiliar yellow-faced cultivator. The wealthy elder was momentarily surprised, then quickly understood and paid no further attention. However, Han Li was surprised by the wealthy elder's next action. Instead of heading towards the exit of the market, the wealthy elder led him straight to a small building near the Celestial Engine Pavilion, bearing the name Shu Ling Pavilion. "Brother Fu, what's this?" Unable to resist his curiosity as they approached the pavilion, Han Li asked. "This Shu Ling Pavilion is a private establishment owned by a longtime friend of mine. Recently, he set up a temporary teleportation formation in a secret chamber within the pavilion, which happens to teleport to a location not far from the underground trading venue. I've made arrangements so we can teleport directly there," Fu, the wealthy elder, said confidently. A teleportation formation. If I recall correctly, aren't teleportation formations strictly prohibited in the market? Han Li was not only puzzled, but also increasingly surprised by Fu's explanation. Rest assured, my friend holds considerable influence. Due to special circumstances, he obtained temporary permission from the forces behind the market. This teleportation formation will only exist for a few months, and very few people are aware of it, Fu explained nonchalantly. I see. Han Li nodded in understanding. The owner of Shuling Pavilion was an ordinary-looking old man with a fair complexion. His demeanor and speech were extraordinary, giving Han Li a refreshing feeling upon meeting him. What surprised Han Li even more was that this person turned out to be a well-known grandmaster of formations, sparking Han Li's keen interest in forming a closer relationship with him. Unfortunately, due to his urgent need to participate in the underground trading event, Han Li didn't have much time to exchange many words with this person. He was swiftly teleported out of the market through a small teleportation formation arranged in a secret chamber within the pavilion. The next moment, the two of them appeared directly in a secluded cave. As they exited the cave and ascended into the air, Han Li realized they had arrived near an unnamed small mountain south of Jingjing City. Not far from the small mountain, the massive city walls of Jingjing could faintly be seen. While Han Li had already left the market, Gao Tianhao, who was still guarding the entrance, glanced at the sky, pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke to Lin Yinping beside him. Friend Lin, the underground trading event is about to begin. There are a few items appearing today that would greatly benefit me in my future cultivation. I cannot afford to miss them. However, it's late now, and that person hasn't shown up yet. Our previous assumptions might have gone awry. This person is as cunning as a fox. He might have left the market long ago. Why don't you accompany me to the trading event? He might appear there, and even if he doesn't, I'm sure we'll both gain something from it. Shortly after the Yin Luo sect cultivators left, two figures emerged from a nearby pavilion. They exchanged a few hushed words before also departing the market. Once outside, the two split up. One of them, holding a small banner, shook it lightly and vanished into a cloud of purple mist, stealthily following the direction where Ji Tianhao and his group had gone. The other turned into a streak of light, heading straight towards the imperial city. At this time, on an unnamed barren mountain near Jingjing, the wealthy elder spoke to Han Li with a meaningful smile. We've been transported here. Don't you have any questions? There's no need for unnecessary words. I was indeed puzzled why Brother Fu insisted on using a teleportation formation to leave the market. But I trust you have your reasons. Han Li replied calmly after scanning the area and finding nothing amiss. The wealthy elder noticed Han Li's cautious actions but was not displeased. Instead, he seemed quite satisfied. Actually, it's simple. I had prior information that several Yin Luo sect cultivators were searching for someone at the market's main exit. I guessed that you wouldn't want to meet them, so I used the teleportation formation to avoid them. I hope you don't think I overstepped, The wealthy elder explained with a faint smile. The Yin Luo sect. What do you mean by that? Han Li asked, his heart tightening though his expression remained unchanged. You don't need to worry. If I intended to harm you, I would have already set up traps nearby. You must be the cultivator who clashed with Ji Tianhao in front of the Beiguang Hall, correct? The elder said with a mysterious smile. To think Brother Fu knows even this. But why help me? Is it just because of our agreement from that day? I find it hard to believe you would risk offending a major demonic sect like the Yin Luo sect just for that, Han Li said after a moment of silence, admitting the truth in a calm tone. The Yin Luo sect is nothing. Brother Han may not know, but I am an enforcement elder of the Nine Nether sect. Our sect has a long-standing grudge with the Yin Luo sect, and making Ji Tianhao suffer is something I'd gladly do. However, my main reason for helping you is that I have a favor to ask, the wealthy elder said nonchalantly. The Nine Nether sect. I have long heard of your esteemed sect, but given your sect's power, what could you need my help with? Han Li asked, his alertness rising as he realized the elder was also an elder of one of the 10 major demonic sects. It's a personal matter, something I can't involve my sect in. But let's discuss this after the trading event. Rest assured, it will benefit you as well. If you find it unsuitable, I won't force you, the elder said with a smile. In that case, I will accept this favor for now, Han Li said after some thought, smiling broadly. Having already offended the Yin Luo sect, Han Li did not want to offend another major demonic sect. He decided to play along for now, regardless of whether he would actually agree to help later. I knew Brother Han was a straightforward person. Let's go. The trading event is not far from here, the elder said, satisfaction flashing across his face. They then transformed into 2 streaks of light and flew away. After a short journey, they arrived at a dark mountain range 3,000 miles from Jingjing City. The elder led Han Li to an ordinary-looking stone wall between 2 peaks, where tall wild grasses and shrubs grew abundantly. The elder, evidently familiar with the place, took out a palm-sized disc from his sleeve and sent it into the stone wall. Moments later, the wall shimmered with yellow light and vanished, revealing a large entrance. In front of the entrance stood 2 middle-aged cultivators in green robes, both at the late-stage core formation level. One of them held the elder's disc. Greetings, Elder Fu. This new face is. The cultivator holding the disc asked politely after bowing to the 2. This is Han, a friend from overseas. I am his sponsor. There's no need for formalities. Give him an identity token. We are in a hurry to join the event, the elder said impatiently. Since Elder Fu vouches for him, there is no issue. Here is an identity token for nascent soul cultivators. This will allow you to attend this event and the next 3 without charge. However, breaking any rules will result in its confiscation. The token requires a fee of 10,000 spirit stones, the green-robed cultivator explained, handing the disc back to the elder and giving Han Li a similar one. Here's the spirit stones, Han Li said. Though pained by the cost, and handed over a bag with the required amount. "This is your token. Please keep it safe," the cultivator said, smiling as he handed Han Li a disc marked with the number 347. 347? Are there so many attendees? Han Li asked, surprised. Not all will attend. Based on past events, around 200 are expected, the other green-robed cultivator explained. "I see. That's still a considerable number," Han Li remarked. "Let's go. Remember to greet your master for me if you see him," the elder said, leading Han Li into the passage. "Who is their master?" Han Li asked casually as they walked. "Do you know of the 4 great solitary cultivators of Great Jin?" The elder replied with a smile. "Yes, I've heard of them. Is their master one of them?" Han Li asked, intrigued. "Indeed. Their master is the most mysterious among them, Yi Zishan. He's been at the late nascent soul stage for many years. I once witnessed him effortlessly slay an 8th-level demon beast. His potential to reach the divine transformation stage is the highest in 1,000 years. The organizers of this event likely use his disciples to guard the entrance to leverage his reputation," the elder explained, clearly impressed by Yi Zishan. "Brother Fu, your cultivation is also extraordinary. Once you break through, reaching the late nascent soul stage should be within your grasp. But who is the other potential divine transformation candidate?" Han Li inquired. "The other is Monk Biyu of the Pure Fire sect. He reached the late nascent soul stage in just over 400 years, a rare talent. As for me, I've been stuck at my current stage for 2 or 3 centuries, and I no longer have hopes of advancing. But you, Brother Han, seem to have recently broken through to the mid-stage. You might easily overcome the bottleneck," the elder said with a bitter smile. Brother Fu jests. "Such good fortune is rare," Han Li replied with a dry laugh, not taking the elder's words seriously. By this time, Han Li saw a hall entrance ahead, glowing with white light and bustling with activity, which lifted his spirits. Elsewhere, 100 miles from the trading event, Ji Tianhao, face twisted in anger, held a stranger's head with a black mist swirling around him, using a soul-searching technique to extract information. The stranger, his face contorted in pain, trembled uncontrollably, blood streaming from his ears and nose, before collapsing unconscious. Ji Tianhao frowned and incinerated the body with black flames, closing his eyes to digest the information. Lin Yinping and another black-robed cultivator, both watching impassively, waited. "It's a cultivator from the Yi family," Ji Tianhao said slowly. "The Yi family, the imperial Yi family." Lin Yinping looked surprised. "Does fellow Taoist Lin know who sent him?" It was an elder named Han from the Yi family, and this elder Han looks about 70 to 80% similar to the person we're currently chasing, Ji Tianhao said with a strange expression. "Is that so? Are they the same person? How could that person be connected to the Yi family?" Lin Yinping asked, stunned. "I'm not entirely sure about that yet. The person I soul-searched was just a rogue cultivator recruited by the Yi family. But whether they are the same person or not, there must be a significant connection between them. Otherwise, why would they send someone to track us for no reason? If that person truly is an elder of the Yi family, it could be troublesome, Ji Tianhao said, his face growing serious. Why is the power of the imperial family so great? I remember the Yi family is just a clan supported by your sects. Why are you so apprehensive? Lin Yinping laughed lightly. The Yi family is not an ordinary cultivation clan. Besides being the imperial family of Dajin, known as the First Family, they have 6 or 7 nascent soul elders within their clan. Not to mention the large number of rogue cultivators they've secretly recruited and the forces they've nurtured in the shadows. Their true strength is likely not inferior to any major cultivation sect. Take this cultivator who was following us, for example. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, the banner he used was extremely mysterious. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Lin's Miao Yin treasure mirror, we wouldn't have easily discovered him sneaking behind us, Ji Tianhao sighed. It's nothing. My cultivation technique emphasizes the refinement of spiritual sense. I had a vague feeling of unease after leaving the market, so I naturally used the treasure mirror to check. It was just bad luck for him to run into me with the Miao Yin treasure mirror in hand. How does Brother Ji plan to handle this matter? Does your sect still intend to honor the agreement with our palace? The Saintess of Tianlin asked calmly, staring at Ji Tianhao. He, although the Yi family is powerful, our sect is not afraid of anyone. Moreover, this matter involves our sect's treasured artifact and the life of an enforcement elder. Even if that person is indeed an elder of the Yi family, our sect will make the Yi family hand him over. Fellow Taoist Lin, you can rest assured. It's getting late now. Let's head to the trade fair, Ji Tianhao said casually, glancing into the distance. Since Brother Ji says so, I am relieved. Lin Yinping nodded in satisfaction. The three then transformed into streaks of light and swiftly left the area. Little did they know that shortly after they left, a space nearby flickered with black light, and a young man in green robes appeared there. He looked in the direction they had gone and sneered. So Yin Luo sect and Tianlin Holy Palace are mixed up together. Fine, I'll let you live for now. Help me find that Han brat first. The grudge from the past, I, the venerable one, have never forgotten, the young man muttered to himself before his figure blurred and disappeared again. Hanley found himself surrounded by a greenish glow, looking around with a bitter smile. He was in a dimly lit grand hall with 400 to 500 seats, arranged around a central circular area. To his surprise, upon entering, a masked cultivator at the door had placed a special talisman on him. After being transmitted through a simple teleportation array, he was immediately enveloped in a green glow, making him appear vague and indistinct. Han Li was startled and looked around, noticing that there were already dozens of cultivators scattered around, either standing or sitting, all similarly shrouded in various colored glows, making their identities unrecognizable. Curious, Han Li sat down in a corner and quietly extended his spiritual sense towards a nearby person to see if he could penetrate the glow. To his astonishment, the glow was like a solid barrier, easily repelling his spiritual sense, no matter how strong. Although he hadn't unleashed his full power, he estimated that even if he did, it wouldn't make much difference. Han Li's mind raced, and he swept his spiritual sense over the entire hall. He found that the hall was under the influence of a peculiar formation. This formation didn't have any powerful restrictions, but its spiritual energy subtly resonated with the glow around each person. Being well-versed in talismans and formations himself, Han Li quickly grasped the principle and marveled at its ingenuity. Evidently, these talismans were specifically designed to work with this formation. Once within the formation's range, the talisman automatically activated its concealing effect. Thus, even the most powerful spiritual sense couldn't contend with the entire formation. This arrangement allowed the participants to trade freely, without fearing that they would run into enemies or be targeted because of the items they exchanged. Han Li also felt a bit relieved, as his earlier concerns about encountering Yin Luo sect cultivators at the trade fair dissipated. Placing his disc array on the table in front of him, he sat back and closed his eyes to rest. As time passed, more and more cultivators were transmitted into the hall. When Han Li opened his eyes again, there were nearly 200 people in the hall, and a large white jade table had appeared in the center without him noticing. Han Li squinted his eyes, staring ahead silently. Soon, a figure shrouded in white light appeared behind the jade table. "It's about time. Those who should be here have arrived. Let's start the exchange meeting," the figure said calmly, glancing around. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, 3 or 4 bulging storage bags appeared on the table. The cultivators' gazes were instantly drawn to them, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This exchange meeting will follow the usual practice. We'll mainly trade rare materials, but if someone has exceptionally rare artifacts or treasures, those can be traded as well. As usual, we'll start by auctioning a batch of materials for spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. Afterward, everyone can trade items amongst themselves. However, unlike previous years, this time we have been commissioned by a major client to offer a precious treasure at the end. This treasure can be exchanged only for a few extremely rare items. If no one has those items, it will be auctioned for spirit stones. Whether any of you can obtain this treasure depends on your own fortune, the figure explained slowly. A precious treasure? What exactly is it? Is it a material, a pill, or a magical artifact? Can you give us a hint? Otherwise, if someone happens to trade away what it requires beforehand, they might regret it, someone suddenly asked. I can only describe it as extraordinarily rare. You'll know what it is when the time comes. As for the concern, there's no need to worry. The items needed to exchange for this treasure are things that ordinary cultivators would never trade away easily, the figure replied with a faint smile. Such bold statements naturally stirred up a commotion among the cultivators, piquing their curiosity, but no one asked further questions. The figure then grabbed a storage bag, and with a flash of black light, a fruit resembling a date but gleaming with a dark luster appeared in his hand. This is an yin date, a fruit that appears only on the graves of those born on the yin year, yin month, and yin day, taking 300 years to mature and refined with the resentment of souls for 49 days. It can be consumed directly or used as a material in alchemy. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 5,000. Han Li was startled upon hearing this. 120,000. 140,000. 145,000 spirit stones. In an instant, this yin date, something Han Li had never even heard of, was auctioned off at a staggering price. Almost all the bidders were cultivators surrounded by a mix of black and gray glows, indicating that it was something highly valued by demonic cultivators. Finally, the yin date was sold for 190,000 spirit stones. Blood sun iron, refined from the spirits of 3 or more cultivators above the core formation stage who practice fire-attributed techniques. It's a rare material for crafting demonic fire treasures. Starting price is 150,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10,000. The figure continued, revealing a half-foot-long, blood-red rectangular piece emitting a scorching aura. 180,000 spirit stones. 200,000. This rare material, which Han Li had vaguely heard of before, attracted fewer bidders, but those who did bid were wealthy and determined. It was ultimately sold for an astounding 250,000 spirit stones. Ghost thorn grass. One by one, items with sinister names appeared, and each was quickly bought with large amounts of spirit stones, far exceeding what one would expect at a major auction. Han Li touched his storage bag and couldn't help but smile wryly. For the first time, he worried that he might not have brought enough spirit stones. Although he knew a batch of materials would be auctioned with spirit stones first, he hadn't anticipated such extraordinarily rare items being presented, driving the prices sky high. The sums bid here easily surpassed those for the most coveted items at major auctions. Jade rubber, produced once every 1,000 years by the spirit tree Yu Xiang, is the best material for crafting peculiar magical treasures and mechanical puppets. Starting price is 120,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 5,000. 150,000. Upon hearing this and seeing the white, gelatinous substance, Han Li's spirits lifted. Without hesitation, he placed his bid. It was apparent that after reaching the nascent soul stage, few cultivators were still interested in crafting puppets and unconventional magical treasures. After just a few rounds of bidding with 3 or 4 other cultivators, Han Li easily secured the item for 17,000 spirit stones, which delighted him. Han Li also successfully bid on 2 more items later in the auction, spending 19,000 and 31,000 spirit stones respectively. The latter was a very famous material for crafting magical treasures, and Han Li had to engage in a fierce bidding war with many cultivators before finally securing it. These purchases depleted Han Li's spirit stone reserves by nearly 70 to 80%. Fortunately, no other necessary puppet materials appeared in the subsequent auctions, allowing Han Li to breathe a sigh of relief. When the last item was auctioned off and the storage pouches on the jade table were completely empty, the figure in the white light seemed quite satisfied with the previous auctions. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly and said, "Our auction items have all been sold. For those of you who wish to exchange treasures, you may now come forward to display and trade them. Let me be clear, since these are private exchanges, if any items are counterfeit or if you misjudge their value, that is entirely your own responsibility. We only provide the venue. All outcomes are your own to bear. Additionally, as per our usual rules, regardless of what items are being exchanged or how many, if an exchange is successful, we will charge a fee of 10,000 spirit stones per person as a handling fee. You may proceed as you wish now. As long as no one breaks the rules, I will remain a mere observer." The figure then swiftly moved to the edge of the clearing and sat down cross-legged, entering a meditative state. This scene did not surprise most of the surrounding cultivators. Instead, several figures immediately flew toward the jade table, with one particularly fast figure reaching it first. Enveloped in red light, this person cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Pardon me, I arrived first. Please wait a moment." The other figures, seeing this, had no choice but to return to their seats after circling in the air. Han Li smiled at this scene. Generally, making the first move to exchange for materials had its advantages, as it could prevent the needed items from being taken by others. However, such situations were rare, and the rarer the material, the less likely it was to overlap with others' needs. Therefore, most cultivators remained patient and did not rush to compete. Han Li's missing materials were rather obscure, so he had little to worry about. Those who rushed to the front were likely seeking widely useful materials, which explained their eagerness. As expected, the cultivator in the red light brought out several rare materials, specifically asking for items that could be used in various alchemical concoctions. Soon, several people stepped forward to exchange for most of the materials, leaving the cultivator in the red light quite satisfied. The subsequent exchanges proceeded smoothly, with most participants achieving some success. However, when a cultivator holding a piece of blue, shimmering metal specifically requested a type of water attribute material Han Li had never heard of, he had to ask 3 times without anyone coming forward to trade. The cultivator left dejectedly. After this, the number of unsuccessful exchanges began to increase. After about 30 to 40 cultivators had gone up, more than half returned empty-handed, with successful trades becoming rare. This did not necessarily mean that the desired items were truly absent among the other cultivators. More likely, those who had the items felt that the offered exchanges were not worth it or were not what they wanted, hence they did not come forward. Thus, in these barters, the rarity of the items did not guarantee successful exchanges. Some cultivators did attempt to privately negotiate with others whose materials they desired, using different treasures for trade. However, such negotiations rarely succeeded and were mostly met with cold refusals. Among the few successful negotiations was one involving Han Li. Han Li's approach was straightforward. He used several rare thousand-year spirit herbs and some high-level demon cores to exchange for the materials he needed. These items were highly valuable to any cultivator. Although it was possible to occasionally buy one or two in some marketplaces, gathering such a large quantity at once was very difficult. Thus, after a brief hesitation, the other cultivator agreed to the trade. Besides this, Hanley managed to acquire 2 more puppet materials using items from his own collection. Now, he was only missing 2 of the rarest items to complete his set of puppet materials. However, these 2 items were exceedingly rare, and it was unlikely that ordinary cultivators would willingly bring them out for trade. Han Li, what do you plan to use for the trade? If it's something less valuable, even if others have the materials, they might not bring them out easily. Yan, Divine Monarch, suddenly transmitted to Han Li. I've already considered this. Most of the cultivators here are from the demonic path. I happen to have something that the demonic path treasures highly, Han Li replied calmly. Are you referring to that material? Are you really willing to part with it? Yan, Divine Monarch, was a bit surprised. I have no choice. I've come this far in gathering the puppet materials. I must obtain the last 2 items. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will have been in vain. If the puppet is as powerful as you say, it's worth it, Han Li replied with a slight smile. He then looked around, feeling that the time was right. As a cultivator left the platform dejectedly after an unsuccessful trade, Han Li finally stood up and walked unhurriedly to the jade table. The seated cultivators instinctively turned to look at Han Li, curious about what rare items he would bring out. With a flip of his hands, Han Li produced 2 small jade boxes but did not rush to open them. Instead, he scanned the surroundings with his eyes and spoke in a slightly hoarse, altered voice. I have 2 pieces of magic marrow crystals, a material treasured by the demonic path, in exchange for 5 elements jade and radiant crystal. If anyone has these items, they can make the trade. With that, Han Li flicked his wrists, and the box lids simultaneously opened. 2 pieces of dark, glossy, several inch-long crystals floated out, emitting a faint black aura. These were the magic marrow crystals Han Li had obtained from the 10,000-foot-deep demonic abyss. Magic marrow crystals. The material for crafting the demon dragon blade. Did I hear that right? Impossible. How could such a thing exist in this world? Is it real or fake? As soon as Han Li finished speaking, the hall erupted in commotion. Many people cried out in shock. The figure in the white light, who had been meditating at the edge of the clearing, also opened his eyes in surprise and stared unblinkingly at the two magic marrow crystals in front of Han Li. To be honest, if I didn't practice a non-demonic cultivation method, I would never bring such an item out for trade. As for its authenticity, if anyone has the items I need, I will let them examine it thoroughly, Han Li said calmly. Hearing Han Li's confident declaration, the previously tumultuous cultivators quieted down. Everyone stared at the magic marrow crystals with varying expressions. Although 5 elements jade and radiant crystal were rare, they were not as legendary as the demonic path treasure material in front of them, making everyone eager. I remember we have a radiant crystal in our storage, but it was too valuable to auction off. I can send for it immediately. May I inspect the magic marrow crystals first? Surprisingly, the figure in the white light who was hosting the exchange spoke up after observing the crystals from a distance. Since you say so, I'm sure it's not a lie. You may inspect them, Han Li replied without hesitation, though a flash of surprise crossed his face. The figure in the white light seemed to nod. With a flick of his hand, a beam of fire shot up to the ceiling and disappeared. He then slowly stood and walked toward Han Li. The other cultivators, hearing the exchange between Han Li and the host, stirred again but remained silent. The host, given his role and experience, was undoubtedly well-versed in identifying such treasures. Everyone watched with bated breath. The host, evidently knowledgeable about magic marrow crystals, skillfully picked one up. First, he opened his mouth and sprayed it with a white infant flame. The moment the white flames touched the black aura surrounding the crystal, they split apart as if encountering a nemesis, unable to get close to the crystal. A trace of excitement appeared on the host's face. He then retracted the white flames with a hand seal and sprayed the crystal with a blue, hazy, cold air. Yet, the cold air could not freeze the crystal at all. After a few moments of contemplation, he raised one hand, pointed a finger at the crystal, and injected a stream of dark demonic energy into it. The energy was absorbed without a trace, as if sinking into a bottomless pit. No doubt about it, these are indeed magic marrow crystals. I'll take them, the host declared. Is this radiant crystal suitable for your needs? The cultivator within the white mist handed over an unopened jade box directly to Han Li. Han Li took it without hesitation and opened the lid immediately. Inside was a milky yellow crystal, emitting rings of faint purple halos. A brief look at it caused dizziness. Han Li was delighted upon seeing this. With a flash of blue light in his pupils, the dizziness dissipated, and he carefully examined the yellow crystal between his fingers. The figure in the white mist was secretly surprised to see Han Li unaffected after staring at the radiant crystal, which even he dared not look at for long without feeling dizzy. Indeed, this is a top-grade radiant crystal. You may take the magic marrow crystal, Han Li said, satisfied, as he placed the crystal back into the jade box and stored it in his pouch. Who said there are no materials? I have a piece of 5 elements jade. Wait, no one else is allowed to compete with me for this. I want it. A male and a female voice rang out simultaneously from the surrounding cultivators. A black mist and a blinding silver light shot out from the seats, landing before Han Li. The scene stirred whispers among the other cultivators. Unlike the relatively unknown radiant crystal, 5 Elements jade was renowned in the cultivation world for crafting top-tier jade magical treasures. Its last appearance was 500 or 600 years ago, making its presence now surprising and enviable. The cultivator in the white mist turned pale upon hearing the male voice, his expression fluctuating under the light. Leaf, do you intend to break the exchange rules and monopolize the magic marrow crystal? The cultivator in the black mist asked, ignoring the slender figure in the silver mist, and stared directly at the white mist. Although obscured by the black mist, his tall, imposing figure and icy voice were evident. Brother Kun, you misunderstand. I merely made a suggestion to this fellow cultivator. The decision is still theirs. Now that two have come forward, I won't interfere further. The host, evidently recognizing the demonic cultivator in the black mist, retreated with a wry smile. Good. At least you know your place. The demonic cultivator sneered, folding his arms. The female cultivator stood silently in the silver mist, momentarily stunned. Gasps of shock erupted from the audience. Could this be Kun Wuji, an elder of the blood-weeping sect? It does resemble him. Only a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would act so arrogantly. Han Li's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. The demonic cultivator was indeed a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the renowned blood-weeping sect. An elder of the blood-weeping sect. I'm honored. If you have the required materials, I will withdraw and let you have the magic marrow crystal, the female cultivator said, unfazed by Kun Wuji's identity and power. Heth, I don't have 5 Elements jade or radiant crystal, but I do have materials of similar value. If you're smart, you'll back off, Kun Wuji threatened ominously. This is troublesome. The magic marrow crystal is something I truly desire. How about this? If the fellow cultivator chooses your materials over the 5 Elements jade, I will concede and let you have it, the female cultivator suggested with a smile. Fine, I'm not unreasonable. It's a deal, Kun Wuji agreed without hesitation, confident in his offerings. Han Li watched the exchange between the two, feeling a mix of amusement and relief as he saw the 5 Elements jade appear, completing the materials he needed. He remained silent, observing the two cultivators intently. The female cultivator raised her hand, and a green wooden box with a silver talisman on it flew to the table. Feel free to inspect the 5 Elements jade, she said to Han Li. Have a look at what I have to offer as well. Some of these materials are more valuable than 5 Elements jade, Kun Wuji declared, 7 differently colored jade boxes landing on the table. Han Li reached out and the wooden box flew into his hand. A wave of green light dissolved the talisman, and the box opened to reveal a 5-colored warm jade, exuding a rich spiritual energy. After a brief inspection, Han Li nodded. Indeed, this is genuine 5 elements jade. He placed the jade back in the box and turned his attention to the jade boxes on the table. He would have preferred to exchange for the 5 elements jade directly, but it was wise not to offend a late-stage nascent soul cultivator without necessity. Moreover, he was curious about Kun Wuji's confident offerings. Kun Wuji pointed at the jade boxes, and their lids flew off, revealing various rare items. Luo Feng wood, soul condensing stone, 10,000 wheel flower. Some cultivators in the audience recognized the items and gasped in surprise. The female cultivator was equally astonished. Each item was indeed more valuable than the 5 elements jade, particularly the 10,000 wheel flower, which some valued even higher than the magic marrow crystal. The female cultivator glanced at Han Li, who was intently examining a large piece of pale golden ore. Her heart sank. Han Li picked up the golden ore, examining it closely. Kun Wuji laughed. You have a keen eye. This is Jengjing. If you're a sword cultivator, this will greatly enhance your abilities. Such a large piece is unique in the entire Great Jin cultivation world. I'll take this Jengjing, Han Li said calmly. Wait, don't you want the 5 elements jade? Silence. Do you really want to anger me? Kun Wuji's expression turned cold, releasing an overwhelming pressure that forced the female cultivator to stumble back several steps. Kun Wuji grabbed the magic marrow crystal, inspecting it with glee. Indeed, it's a magic marrow crystal. I'm fortunate to have come. Others will regret not attending this exchange. He laughed, sweeping the remaining jade boxes into his sleeve and flying towards the exit. Kun Wuji, don't you want to see the last treasure? The host called out. Whatever it is, I'm not interested. With the magic marrow crystal in hand, I'm eager to refine its essence, Kun Wuji replied, disappearing in a flash of light. Refining the essence. Han Li was puzzled, then realized the immense potential of the magic marrow crystals, concentrated demonic energy for demonic cultivators. The female cultivator, seeing Kun Wuji leave with the magic marrow crystal, was deeply frustrated. She reached for the wooden box containing the 5 elements jade. Wait, I want that too, Han Li said, placing his hand on the box, stopping her. What do you mean by this, Taoist friend? The voice of the female cultivator within the silver mist turned icy. The other cultivators were all taken aback at this scene. Han Li smiled slightly. One hand pressed on the wooden box, while the other hand slapped his storage pouch, sending another jade box flying towards the woman. I'm only interested in trading for the magic essence drill. Nothing else, the woman said, instinctively catching the jade box but clearly unhappy. Why don't you take a look at what's inside before saying that? Han Li replied confidently. The woman suspiciously opened the box a crack and took a casual glance inside. Immediately, she let out a cry of surprise, her voice filled with delight. Fine, the 5 elements jade is yours. The woman laughed heartily, swiftly closing the half-opened lid and quickly putting the jade box away before returning to her seat nonchalantly. The surrounding cultivators were left scratching their heads. They hadn't seen what Han Li had taken out in the third jade box, so they were puzzled as to why the woman had agreed to the trade so unexpectedly. Some guessed that Han Li might have produced a third magic essence drill, but considering that having even two was already astonishing, the idea of a third seemed too incredible. Most assumed that Han Li had presented another treasure that had impressed the woman. Regardless, all sorts of glances were cast towards Han Li, envy, jealousy, and malice. Han Li ignored all of this, instead scrutinizing the woman's faint figure within the silver mist. A frown appeared on his face. Now that he looked closer, he felt a sense of familiarity. Could it be her? Han Li suddenly had a startling thought that even surprised himself. Although the voice didn't match, for cultivators like them, changing one's voice was as easy as eating. With this thought, Han Li couldn't help but activate his bright sight divine ability. While he couldn't completely penetrate the mist, he could see the figure more clearly. What he saw made his expression turn strange. Though still unclear, the woman's figure indeed seemed to match that of the heavenly land saintess. However, the woman did not possess Han Li's divine vision. Coupled with Han Li altering his voice, she didn't recognize him. She happily returned to her seat with Han Li's third magic essence drill. Han Li felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. After all his efforts, the materials he sought were ultimately obtained from an enemy. It was quite an ironic twist. Despite this odd feeling, Han Li swiftly put away the 5 elements jade and the refined gold and returned to his seat. He didn't care who the materials came from. Having achieved his goal for the trip and unexpectedly obtaining a large piece of refined gold, he was satisfied. This amount of refined gold was enough for most of the sword formation he intended to create. With a little more, he could reforge the 36 bamboo cloud swords. This pleased Han Li greatly. Afterwards, another 30 or 40 cultivators went up to trade their treasures. But as the levels of materials like the magic essence drill and the 5 elements jade had already appeared, most cultivators lost interest. Few successful trades were made. Although a few decent items appeared later, none could arouse much interest. Finally, when another cultivator returned to his seat, no one else stepped forward. The figure in the white mist, who had originally been presiding over the exchange, unhurriedly returned to the jade table. Since all Taoist friends have completed their exchanges, we will now auction off the final item of this exchange meeting, which is also the most valuable treasure. With that, the figure clapped his hands twice, and 2 male cultivators walked in through the hall entrance. Surprisingly, these 2 cultivators were not wearing any talismans, revealing their true faces as they walked towards the center. There was a commotion among the cultivators present, as most recognized them. They were the nascent soul stage elders frequently representing the Yi clan. The old man with the black crown and the middle-aged man with the square face. While many cultivators were puzzled, a few were not surprised, as they had prior knowledge and were here specifically for this treasure, now visibly excited. The old man with the black crown walked to the table, nodded to the figure in the silver mist, and then turned to face the cultivators, speaking slowly. No need for much introduction. Most of you already know who we are. I'll get straight to the point. This treasure is something our Yi clan spent countless resources and over 100 years to refine. However, several allied sects recently sought to purchase this item from us. Since we couldn't refuse any of them without causing offense, our elders decided to auction it at this exchange meeting, letting fate decide which Taoist friend will obtain it. After finishing, the middle-aged man with the square face gave the old man a signal. The old man reluctantly took out a foot-long square box from his sleeve, glanced at it with a sigh, and then handed it to the figure in the silver mist. Since we've already spoken enough, I won't say more. Let's reveal the true form of this treasure. The figure in the silver mist chuckled, then opened the lid of the box, revealing a fist-sized ball of dazzling yellow light that floated out. As soon as it emerged, it pulsed and emitted a low humming sound. Seeing this, the figure in the silver mist performed several incantations, then pointed at the yellow light, uttering a low command. The light pulsed a few times before its brilliance receded, revealing a small, earth-yellow seal about a few inches in size. The seal was perfectly square, with a jade-like luster. Its surface shimmered intermittently, revealing layers of tiny gold and silver arrays. Strangely, with each flash of light, these arrays changed completely, appearing profoundly mysterious. Moreover, the seal emitted a vast, stable spiritual aura, causing the cultivators who sensed it to turn pale. This treasure is called the Flattening Mountain Seal, modeled after the ancient celestial spirit treasure, the heaven-controlling seal. According to tests by our Yi clan, although this treasure only has about 1/10 of the original's power, it can still level mountains and create land. If a cultivator is powerful enough, it could potentially unleash 1/3 of the original's power, though doing so would greatly damage the seal and should be avoided if possible. As the figure in the silver mist spoke, he manipulated the seal to change sizes continuously, its yellow light brimming with terrifying potential, causing all the cultivators to feel a surge of desire. Even without the demonstration, the label of a celestial spirit treasure replica was enough to denote its extraordinary nature. Whether they knew about it beforehand or not, all cultivators were fixated on the small seal. When Han Li heard the terms celestial spirit treasure replica, he was stunned. He had spent so much effort gathering materials to refine the three-flame fan, yet here was a replica of a celestial spirit treasure at an exchange meeting. This left him feeling rather frustrated. Unfortunately, Han Li knew little about celestial spirit treasures, and even less about the so-called heaven-controlling seal, so he couldn't compare it to his prospective three-flame fan. As if reading Han Li's thoughts, the great evolution deity suddenly spoke. "Don't worry too much. This flattening mountain seal can only exhibit 1/10 of the original's power. The 3-flame fan I designed for you can exhibit up to 40% of the 7-flame fan's power. If you push it to its limits, achieving 50% is possible, though it would damage the fan. In terms of raw power, your 3-flame fan should surpass this seal. That's about what I expected. I hope to refine the 3-flame fan soon. With it, even facing late nascent soul cultivators shouldn't be a problem. Hanley nodded and murmured to himself. HMPH. Do you think a place like the Jin Empire only has one such replica? The great evolution deity suddenly sneered. What do you mean, senior? Hanley asked, startled. When I roamed the Jin Empire, I knew that the Taichi sect and the Heavenly Demon sect, as well as the 10,000 Demons Valley, each had at least one celestial spirit treasure replica. The most famous is the replica 10,000 Demons banner in the 10,000 Demons Valley, which has absorbed so many souls that its power might match the original. I wouldn't be surprised if other major sects and clans also have such replicas. Otherwise, how could these sects have stood the test of time?